Hey everyone, so sorry. I was when you're trying to make a doctor's appointment and you're like, I had to take the call. You guys had to wait. So anyways, let me get my computer up and we are doing Enchanted. Um we're going to be doing Enchanted. We're doing filler blocks and we are going to be doing borders. And I'm feeling really good about this. So let me grab my computer so I can see your comments too. Here we go. I have some stuff to show you. I wanted to get on earlier and I was just dealing with some other things, but A1. You know, when you work really hard to have everything perfect, I feel like that's the story of our life here at A1. Filler blocks. Here we go. I got you going. All right. Whoop. Let me mute that. Can you, Stephanie, could you just reach out to the store, at store tomorrow, and then we'll take care of that. We have notification. What are notification tones? I don't know what that is. Is that like making some kind of weird noise for you guys? Okay, so let's go ahead and let's talk about, my kit didn't include the sewing needles. What are the sewing needles? Are you talking about, yeah, I'm not sure what we're talking about. All right, so if it's not related to Enchanted, if you guys could reach out to the store and we'll get that taken care of. If we miss something, definitely let us know. We always want to know. We're a store that always wants to make everything right. And we do make mistakes. I would hate for anyone to ever have anything that wasn't perfect. Sip of coffee. All right. So, whoop, I don't want to knock this off. Let me move some things around. Hello. You guys excited to do some stitching? And you know what we're doing today? We're doing the border blocks and we're getting them out of the way. So yesterday, I was like, I wanted to be perfect for you, and I have a UFO. My UFO is my Falling for Autumn. It's sitting here in this bag. So I was like, guess what? I'm going to work on, I know you guys are looking at this going, wait, this is Enchanted. Why are we looking at Falling for Autumn? I never did my borders for these because I hate doing the borders. And it is the needle. There's a needle in the embellishment kit. Haven't even looked at the embellishment kit. Reach out to me and I can reach out to Kimberbell too. So I went ahead and I stitched out the borders. The borders that you're going to be doing are going to be similar to the borders that I did for this. I just did the inner borders. And what I did was I did 4 at a time. I did it I sent you guys detailed instructions. Granted, you got them late because that's just how I am. I did them, and good thing I wrote them down because I've already forgotten. Isn't that crazy? How can I forget already? But I did it in my 7x12 magnetic hoop. And then there were things in here I wrote in here because I wanted to make sure. I did the 1 inch by 12 inch. And I was able to fit all 4. So if you have a 7x12, if you have an 8x12, then I would use one of those two. If you have a 6x10, I think what you should do if you have a 6x10 is do 3 at a time, the entire length of your fabric, because it's with the fabric, because I didn't do mine the entire length. I cut some of it off. Do the entire length and take whatever's left over. Like, let's say this is left over, piece them together, and then that'll be your 4th side. If that bothers you, then you're going to have to run another hooping, a long hooping. That's what I would do just to keep it easy. I really wanted to. You should do, well, I mean, it is the, okay, I got to show you. Like the sweater material, the cotton velveteen. Look at this one. Oh, I was like, it looks shiny. You know why? I never took my topper off. Okay. All right. The faux fur blanket, the special felt. I mean, there are so many just There's so many parts of this that are so special. So, but let's get back to Enchanted. I also measured out, and I was about, I'm gonna zoom back, 30.5 inches, 30.5 inches this way. Once you put on the borders, then you're going to be 32.5 inches. So if you do 12, you've got, and this really 11.2 inches. If you have that, then you're going to have enough by doing just those 3 hoopings. Does that make sense? Hopefully. Okay. So this is what I'm going to be doing today. When I did this one yesterday, I started filming it, and then I was like, that's a fail. And I just stopped filming it. I did take my batting and I left it all one piece. And I just did the placement, ran it down the center. I'm going to show you, like, I was thinking all weekend about how I was going to do this, because if you stitch with me, I've done my borders probably like 50 different ways. I do it like a different way every single time. But the way I did this, I really, really liked it. I am going to use the strips. So I have my strips cut down. I like to cut them 1.25 inches. So maybe they get stitched a little bit. Otherwise, I feel like they're just kind of mushed in there, and sometimes they like slide around. So I did cut these 1.25. I am going to be leaving my batting all in one piece, as well as the topping all in one piece. But I am going to be cutting these out each time, because I was like, you know what? I'm not going to use my camera. I'm not going to use my projector. I think doing it all in one piece, but then, doing the cutting like the straight up Kimberbell way, I think maybe that just might be the easiest way, or the most precise way, because I spend a lot of time when I'm using my camera and my projector hooping and rehooping, just trying to get that really, really perfect. So this is what we're going to be doing. We're going to be doing Enchanteds, and then we're going to be doing the wider border, which is going to be 4.5. Okay. So I'm going to put this to the side. I am going to be using this too. A lot of you have heard of this ruler. It is called the Trimmer by George. I mean, mine's probably like, I don't know, 8 years old. So I don't know if it's still patent pending. As far as I know, you can only get it from Hoop Sister. I've never seen it anywhere else. I don't know if anyone has. But what's nice about this is when we trim, we're going to pull back the batting and then cut. And then that'll make sure that we don't cut into the fold or the threads. And I'll show you how I use that too. I don't sell them. I'm not making any money from this. I have no affiliate. It's just like a product I really, really like. Okay. Do we put SF 101? I am not putting SF 101 on mine because, oh, you know what? I didn't even think about that it's white. Do you see me tapping my fingers? I didn't even think about that. I'm not going to, because it's white on white on batting. I cut my piece down to 9 inches by width of fabric. White on batting. Ooh. Okay, maybe we should. I really didn't even consider that, but I feel like I can even see the batting through this. Let's start by putting SF 101 on. I'm not going to do it on the other fabric, and I'm only doing it on this fabric because it's light. So heat up that iron, get out your ironing mat. I did not SF 101, but I think it would be a good idea. Let me go grab my stuff. Wasn't planned, but let's just do it. And I'm glad you asked that question. On the fly. This is for the 4.5 inch. We're going to run 2 at a time. And I did it yesterday, and I was like, oh, that didn't take that long. And I just felt like it went super smooth. I did as detailed. I feel like my instructions along with the video should prompt you, and that you should be successful. And I think everyone can do it this way. It doesn't matter if you have a camera or you don't have a camera, or a projector or no projector. You guys know I'd rather be doing this with my heat press, but I'm going to do it with my iron. Alrighty. And usually when I do SF 101, my other ironing station is so messy right now. This was my big old roll, because I did do the first one, just keeping it all one piece, because I'm like, I don't really care if there's a little batting in the seam. The batting is, it's thin. Have a bolt. This is one of those things would make me panic but I'm like, I have a bolt. So yeah, let's do the whole thing. You don't have to worry about it. Make sure there's no ickies on here. And make sure there's no ickies on the back of this. And if it was a darker fabric, I totally would not be SF 101ing this. I would just go ahead and just lay it down. Because I like it being nice and soft, and it's super pliable when you iron it. Oh, you can get falling for, I think I have one more kit cut, and honestly, we just keep cutting it. However, the kit cut, we really work hard to give you all the original fabrics, but I'm pretty sure the kit cut in the store, there's one substitution because they discontinued. Why do they do that? They discontinued. I mean, for the basics, the fabrics, I wish they would just keep them. So this fabric, they discontinued this for Falling for Autumn, and we put in a gingham. And the gingham is cute. But if we do substitutions, normally we do Kimberbell substitutions. This one is not, because I could not find anything that looked cute except that gingham. And so it's a Riley Blake. But honestly, I think it's just as cute, if not cuter. It goes behind the squirrels. But yeah, I think we have embellishment kits, designs. You should get it. It is cute. It was, I'd say it's probably one of my favorites. There were just so many parts of it that were cute. We really only need 3 hoopings, like 36 inches of this, but I'd rather have a little more than not enough. Get all those icky threads, take one more peek. Make sure you're ironing wrong side to the fusible side. This is a tone on tone, so it's really easy to mix it up. And like I said, if we sell out of Falling for Autumn, we will cut more. It's the popular one. So yeah, I am not putting SF 101 on the other stuff. I mean, look at my borders. They look awesome. And there's no SF. I would show it to you, but I've already lost them. Should we keep going? Let's go a little bit longer. I'm not going to do the whole thing. I'm not doing the whole thing. I'm going to do 36 inches. That's it. Because that's all I need. 36 inches is going to be enough. All right. Cutting that. And I'm going to press this even more. You know I like to press it once from the front and then once from the back. I'm a right side ruler kind of girl. Look at this is what happens when you have too much junk on your cutting. That's the problem with open spaces, right? How can you resist not putting stuff down on them? And you know what else I was doing? I told myself, I go, okay, you have a little extra time, Jeannie. Why don't you, I have Martelli cutters, but I've never changed a blade on them. I'm like semi-new to Martelli. I do love the blades. I feel like my blade has lasted forever. However, I haven't done anything stupid like dropped it on the ground or run over. I don't know about you, but every once in a while, I cut my ruler instead of my fabric. Yeah, I'm like, oh look, I'm on top of my ruler. Is that just a me thing? Okay. Oh my goodness. So you guys know we asked that question, like, what are your sewings? I don't care. Patrick and I were reading them and we were laughing so hard. We read them on Friday, so I haven't, hopefully some more of you will respond. But we were laughing so hard. You guys are funny. Okay, I'm going to go 36. Just so I have like a place to stop. So I was like stitching this yesterday and just feel really good about it. And I was like, you know, I think this is the way. It took me a while. I like play things out in my head before I actually do them. Here we go. Okay, I'm going to give this another press. And we will use this later. All right. Water helps too. I could have turned on my heat press, but I didn't. And I do like to press it from the back side too, just to make sure there's nothing super icky in between, like that a thread didn't get sandwiched. All right, let's just take a little time and press this down. Are you guys having trouble concentrating because you're looking at my amazing iron and you're like, that is so beautiful? It is. Again, thank you, Miss Leslie. It was a gift. Because I don't deserve nice things. I go through stages where I like break something, lose something, and then I go, I don't deserve nice things. And I'm much better at getting nice things for my friends and family. So do you float your batting on the blocks? Because I thought it needed to be tacked down. Yeah, no, I float a lot of stuff. I feel like, you know, hooping everything will always give you the most stable hooping, but there's just going to be times where you want to float. Yeah, this is going to be floated. Floated, I mean, you got to use something, right? I'm going to be using spray adhesive. I'm a big sprayer. I mean, if you have a project like I was doing Welcome Friends, and I floated it, and holy cow, there was so much puckering. I was like, oh, this is really bad. There was so much puckering. So then I said abort, and then I went ahead and cut my fabric bigger and everything, and made sure everything was in the hoop, and then it was perfect. All right, this is done. As done as it's gonna be. If you're doing, like I said, if you are doing 3 at a time, you're gonna do the whole length. You're going to do the entire length. I'm going to be doing 3 hoopings, so I'm not going to do the entire length. And I'm going to stretch my design to fill the hoop because it does not fill the hoop. It's like, well, we'll have to see. My other one didn't. It was like 11.2 inches instead of 12. So that other inch could make a difference. Hang on one second. I'm just going to let my dogs in. Oh, you want to come in? Okay. All right, here. I'm going to give them doggy iPad, which is a bully stick. And then, who wants this? We can have some patience. We can have some uninterrupted I always let Poppy choose first because she's the alpha. And if I give it to Momo and she wants it, she's just gonna steal it from him anyways. Alrighty. Okay, fabric is ready to go. I'm gonna be using my 7x12 hoop. Where are you? And let's go. I'm gonna hoop up over here. Where did I put my hoop? I had it because I was taking pictures this morning for November's digital dealer. So here is my hoop. Here's my when I'm using this hoop, I'll usually cut my I feel like I can get away with 11 inches. 11 inches is totally fine. Oh, I did tell you we were going to start with filler blocks. Are you okay if we just start with this? Just because it's up. So, sorry. Changing my mind. Here we go. And I should read my instructions to make sure I don't lead you astray. I'm going to lay this down. I'm also going to take all this stuff here on the bottom. And I will just clip it so that's not a big mess everywhere. Let me grab my... I just leave it on here. I feel like when we do the when we use the my 9.5 by 14 for the other ones, there's going to be a little more wastage, but it's going to be worth it because it's just going to be easier. I'm always trying to save, and sometimes saving makes life harder. So see how I don't even have it all the way past the edge? Yeah, I love this. You don't have to have it up there. Yes. Joanne, isn't this going to be so nice? We're going to be done. We're going to be done with our borders. It's like the worst part. And I'm really feeling like this is going to be the way to go. After doing these for how many years and how many borders? I still love these hoops. I feel like they're so easy to work with. These are the Brother Magnetic hoops. Baby Lock has a version too. They're exactly the same. They work on all the machines that these are going to fit on. Whoop. See, and I like that if you get one spot that's not perfect, you can just go ahead and redo that one spot. Okay, I'm going to slide this on the machine. Let me make sure I'm grabbing all my stuff. We want the little 1-inchers. Oh, so this is what we're going to be doing. We're going to be running them next to each other. Okay, and this is why I say the floating is okay, because there's going to be a tack down and it just kind of holds everything in place, and we'll give this a little press later, but this was just floated on top with some spray adhesive. All right, where are my 1-inchers? Let me grab that. Here is my enchanted stuff, my 1-inchers. Okay, my filler blocks are over here. We're good. Just looking around, making sure I have everything. Here's the thread we're going to be using. So I'm going to grab that too. Anything else? Okay, I think we're good. Okay, you're not going to see me for a second. I'm walking this all over to my other table. Here we go. Here we go. Let me get my computer so I can see your comments if you have any questions. And all right, I just have a regular white bobbin in, but I do want you to have for the quilting. Let me look. What's on my sheety sheet? I think we're just using right here, inner borders. Pale mist. All right, let's get our pale mist out. That's what they recommend. Of course, you can use any color you want. I couldn't find mine, so I grabbed one from the store. I thought I had everything ready, and then last night I was like, Patrick, I don't have the outer border fabric, and so we had to run back to the store and get that. But let me see. Virginia, where are you going? You going somewhere fun? I put some stuff in here. So I have some stuff in here, but we're going to start fresh. Now, I did send over my designs from Design Database Transfer. You're going to be choosing any one of the 1-inch designs. Let's make sure I'm not grabbing the wrong thing. Oh, yeah, that is from Falling for Autumn. I want, it almost looks like ice skates. Like, here it is. So you can put it in. It'll show you on your screen what the size is. I know it says 1.5, but once we cut them down, they're going to be 1-inch strips, or once you sew them in. By 7, I'm going to go bigger than that. That's too big for me because I am going to be using my other hoop, and this is the one I'm going to use. So 11.75, and I am going to stretch that so it fills the whole hoop. Might as well. It'll give me, with the 3 hoopings, almost an extra inch. Sometimes it's just that extra inch that you need. I'm going to go ahead and set it, and let's choose your hoop size. So whatever hoop size you're using, I want you to select it so you know how much workspace you have. So I'm going to go ahead and select my 7x12. That's my max speed. With the magnetic hoops, it slows you down, and make sure all your other stuff is at default. Works best that way. So I'm going to take this one. Doesn't that look like really small? Edit. I'm going to move. And I'm not going to use my finger because I don't want it to bump it out of the hoop. I'm going to move him all the way over to the left as far as he will go. And then I'm going to say okay. And now I'm just going to make a copy. Easier to make a copy than to go back to add, find it again, do all of those things. So just hit a copy. When you hit that copy, go back to your move, center it. So now you know it's going to fit perfectly in the center, and let's move it over. Okay, this is something that's really, really important. This is bigger. You know what? This is bigger than my other one. I might have to go to an 8x12 hoop. Okay, the reason I say that is let me just load it in here first. So, and I'm going to explain to you. So let's go ahead, move, center. Yeah, I don't know. I think it'll work, but I'm not positive. Okay. Move, center. I guess I could do the math, right? 7.06. All right. You need to have, see the space in between? I'm going to show this to you. We could risk it. It might be a risk. I swear these must have been a little skinnier. I'm going to show you. When you go to trim these, this is your tack down. Hello, Germany. You're going to trim them 1/8 of an inch on either side of the tack down, which means you have to have at least 1/4 of an inch here. I'm looking at my screen going, I think that's going to work. I think that's going to be 1/4 of an inch in between. I'm going to do it. If you feel like that is just too tight, then I don't want you to do it, because it might just be 1/8 and 1/8. It might just be 1/4 inch. We might be cutting down the center. Does that make sense? Are you guys hearing me? When you go to trim this, I'm going to show you my little ruler. Each one of these has to be 1.5 inches. Here's my 1.5 inches right here. Okay, right here, 1.5 inches. So you're going to go 1/8 of an inch past that, and 1/8 of an inch past this, and that's 1.5 inches. And then when you sew it in, you're going to sew at 1/4 inch. It's going to encase both of those tack down lines. Okay? But when I did this one, that space in between, even though I spread it out in my 7x12, was a little bit bigger. I'm going to do it. But I might be taking my chances. If you don't feel like it, I want you to rehoop right now and put it in your, I want you to put it in your 8x12 hoop. I'm going to do this. I'm going to make sure that this is a little bit more space here. So let's do this. Let's make sure it's totally even. Okay. Now I'm going to count them out on both of those center ones. Now I'm going to go 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. One more. One more. It still looks. One more. One more. Does that all look even? That looks pretty even to me. The spacing in between all of them. I'm going to go for it because I think that's going to be really, see that line from the yellow to the right there? That's 1/8 of an inch. I think I've got it. You've got to pay attention. I want you to be really careful with your spacing. Don't make it super tight over here and super big over here. 1/8 of an inch on either side is where we're going to be cutting. I think mine is fine. I think mine's fine. I'm going to just do it. But if you're not comfortable with that, I want you to rehoop right now and just go in your 8x12. But I think this is going to be perfect. Okay, it fits. It barely fits. I definitely had more room. Something about these were a little bit skinnier than Enchanted. So I mean, they're calling it 1 inch, but it's a little skinnier. All right, let me grab my hoop. I'm going to slide that on. Sliding on my hoop. Sliding on my hoop. Gonna let this dingle dangle down. And we are done with this. Now I'm gonna go ahead and say okay. And this is my main embroidery page. I'm gonna touch embroidery. That's gonna take me to my layout page. You're gonna see this. It's nonsense. Does it? Repeats. Does it? Repeats. Oh, this is going to be a 2. Is this 2 color? Why are there so many colors? No. Oh, no, it's not. Okay. I'm going to color group. So if you have this feature, if you don't, you're just going to do one at a time. Not a big deal. I'm going to go ahead and color group and see how it changed it. So it's going to do all of the placement, tack down, quilting. 10 minutes altogether. It should be super quick, although we do have to lay some stuff down. What we're going to do, and I wrote it out here in your instructions, cut your border fabric. This is if you're using the 7x12 or the 8x12. And then you're going to load the 1x12 design, which I just did. I loaded it 4 times. Make sure there's over 1/4 inch between each design. So in between here, you want to make sure there's 1/4 of an inch. I'm pretty sure mine's going to be fine. Just going to cut it right down the center. And then I'm also going to stretch my design. I don't need to. It's pretty much filled up. When I did Falling for Autumn, it was 11.2 inches. So I went and just filled it. You don't need to do that here. Do the placement stitch for the batting. We're going to do that. And then we're going to lay our batting. And then, wait. Yes. We're going to do our placement stitch. We're going to lay our batting pieces. And then we're going to lay our border fabric down on top of it. So, first thing it's going to do is going to be the placement stitch for your border pieces. I mean, your batting pieces. I'm going to do blue. I want a color that really stands out. Or, you know what? The Magic Mint or the Pale Mist is going to stand out enough. Let me just do that. We'll just put Pale Mist in for everything. Any questions? Is this making sense? Don't be scared. Although I'm like, hopefully it works. If it doesn't work, then I'm just going to be like, oh, we should have used that 8x12 hoop. But I think it's going to be fine. It's going to be like just enough. Okay, let's go ahead and spray some of our strips. Germany, so nice of you to join us. What time is it there? They love Kimberbell in Germany too. Ugh, I'm wrapped up. Hang on. Okay. I know that's kind of hard to see. It's pale mist. It's really light. Light. Okay, guess what? Ta-da! I put a new piece of non-icky cardboard in there. I know it's been really gross. Here's my dime spray tent. Love it. And then here is the spray that I use, Ganil KK100. I just use the economy line. The regular line is like $30 a can. It's so expensive, and I honestly don't know if there's anything more special about it. You're going to look for the nubbier side. That's the wrong side, and that's what we're going to lay down. I just cut long strips. I haven't even, I know I was like, I'm going to do my scan and cut. Have not even had chance this weekend. Need one more. And you know what? Mine aren't even perfect. Some of them might have like they're not totally straight or, but don't worry about it. It's just going underneath. I didn't care. I'm going to go ahead and spray these. I do spray them kind of liberally. A lot of times I'm like, these I'm like, shh. I want them to stay. I don't want them to move around too much. That can just doesn't feel like there's much in there. Oh, maybe because the nozzle is like so dirty and gunky. Oh, that's better. All right, everything is sprayed. Let's go ahead and lay down your strips. Go right to the top of it. Don't go past it. But with our fabric, we're going to go past the very top. Oh my God, Susan, you just reminded me. I just sent out the supply list for October, and I was going to attach the thing that you wrote me, and I even said it in the thing. I was like, if you're using this hoop, read below, and then I forgot to attach it. So I'm glad I'm seeing your name. Okay. Just look underneath and make sure your strip is going straight. Mine's going to go a little bit over on either side because remember, I'm cutting mine 1.25 instead of 1 because I feel like it gets pushed. And I know mine's like not totally straight. I don't care. I don't care. It's going to be fine. It's going to look awesome. So this is another reason I hoard batting because I'm like, oh, that's my 1-inch strip. Yeah, you know what? I forget to do that. I don't even know what it does. Does it help you in the algorithm? Does it? But I always forget to ask if you like the video to just like. If you don't like it, then if you have nothing nice to say, don't say anything at all. Don't give me a thumbs down. And then subscribe. I would hope you would subscribe. I don't know. Does that just mean when we pop up, you see us? Okay. After this, I'm going to do my Kimberbell November blocks. I have that all prepped and ready to go because Patrick and I have a wedding this weekend in the Bay. Okay, now you want your white fabric. So this is what I have in my lap. I just like to leave it all as one piece. And now I'm going to find my white fabric. Hang on. I think I left it over on the other side. Where are you? Are you like that? Oh, here you are. And I did SF 101 because Sharon asked if we were going to do it. And I was like, oh my God, yes. You really need to because it is, it'll shadow through, I think. So I'm going to go ahead and we're going to put this down. I'm going to spray this. Make sure you're spraying the wrong side of your fabric of the SF 101 side. And I'm going to spray it kind of liberally. And I'm going to lay it down on top of this. I'm going to make sure my fabric comes up a little bit, about like 1/2 inch above, because you might need that 1/2 inch. You might need it. Ooh, God, it smells. Don't breathe it in. I mean, see how you could probably get away with just, this is 9 inches. You could get away with 8 inches. You could probably get away with 7.5 inches, but make your life easy. And you could just, I'm going to peek underneath, make sure I have an even amount on either side. And then I'm just going to go ahead and press it down. No floating. Don't worry about it. It's going to do the tack down right now, and that's going to keep everything where it needs to be. It's going to be amazing. Okay? All right. We're going to skip some steps. Now that we've done this, if you're on the Avenir or the Radiance, it does give you this screen that goes along with their voice guidance. I'm just going to say okay to get out of there. And this is the button that you want to press to go forward and backward stitches. So I'm going to go ahead and press that. This right here is the tack down for the batting. We don't need that. We just laid everything down. Excuse me, Naughty, go. Poppy's over here looking for stuff. So you can do one of two things to fast forward. You could hit the down arrow 4 times. I know I can press right in here, but guess what? We're not doing any of that, which is the tack down for the batting. This is the placement stitch for the background fabric, which you need if you're cutting it to size, but I'm not. We're just going to go right here to this yellow, which is the tack down for the background. You need that because it's also your trim line. So I'm going to touch right here in the blue. But I want to get to the yellow, so now I'm going to down arrow until I get to the yellow. And if you don't have that feature, just fast forward until you get to this yellow. We're skipping this. Tack down for the batting, we're skipping, and we're skipping the placement because I left mine all in one piece, and then I'll trim it later. I think it's just way easier. All right, now we're going to go ahead. I'm going to say yes, stitch, and now it's going to do the tack down. If you want to kind of smooth your fabric, you can do that. And then guess what? Quilting. That's it. That's how easy it is. Isn't that easy? So easy. I don't know why my focus is going in and out. Let's see if that's better. How long are the batting strips? I just cut them long. I don't even know. I was like, hopefully this will be 36 inches. Sometimes if I think one of my batting strips is a little bit shorter, I'll just abut them. Or I might like overlap them a little bit or just put them together like that. So if you are washing your stuff, then I would say just make sure your batting strip is long enough that you don't have to abut. So make sure it's at least like 30 some odd inches. I'm doing 4 at a time. If you are doing 3 at a time, then you want that batting strip to be with the fabric because you're going to do the whole width of fabric. You're going to do all 44 inches. Look, we have plenty of room. Because remember, we need 1/8 of an inch, so we are good to go. I don't know why it just looks super close on the screen, so I was a little bit nervous. So when we trim, you're going to trim 1/8 of an inch to the right and to the left of this line. This line's an important line. So after we do, if you're doing digital dealer with me, after we do our November block, guess what December is? Borders! Borders and assembly. I did find my fabric pushed over to the left at the very top over here. So just make sure, where are my spatulas? Here, let me grab one of these. Guess what? Now you're just going to do the quilting. Just go ahead and hit start. And now it's going to do the quilting stitch down all of these. We're going to trim, we're going to hoop, we're going to place, and we're going to do it over. Oh, that's nighttime. That's what? 8:30? This quilting stitch is super fast. Look at that. It's just, I think it's just like ice skates or something. That's what it looks like to me. I'm so excited, our borders will be done. Oh, 9:46. Oopsies. Okay, you are going to get your trimmer by George if you have one. If not, you're just going to use a regular ruler and you're just going to be careful. Nothing wrong with being careful. How about that? We just did the first one. We're going to do it 2 more times or 3 more times, depending on what hoop you are using. Hang on just a second. I swear, I did clean my sewing room before. This is what happens when you're working on multiple projects, right? Okay, let's make sure that's not sliding over. All right, thread, 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 ruler, spatula. All right, so I'm going to take it out of the hoop. See, this kind of stuff likes to stick to the back of your magnetic hoops, and next thing you know, it's going for a ride. So always check that. Be just mindful of the stuff that might be around. Okay, take these off. Trying to. Uh-oh. Let me just make sure it's not my doctor. It was better. It was my daughter. Okay. Here we go. We're going to trim this. What you're going to do, just lay it out. Okay. This is the top. Fold your fabric back. You're going to fold your batting strips back. I haven't done it this way in a long time, and I was like, you know what? Let me go back to that, because maybe this is the easiest way, the best way. And after I did it yesterday, I was like, you know, that was super easy. I didn't have to rehoop and rehoop. I just went ahead and placed it. It does, you know, I feel like you use a little more product, but it was easy. If you have a trimmer by George, you're going to take this, see how it has that like lip on it? And you just kind of put it here and pull back and you cut, and it protects everything that's to the left. You can still cut threads. If you're too aggressive and pulling this out tight, you can still cut stuff. If you have a regular ruler, if you don't have trimmer by George, you're just going to take your regular ruler and you're going to put it down, and you are going to be super careful that you're not past. What you don't want to do is do this, where you're going to be cutting off some of that fold. Do you see the fold that's exposed? You want to make sure you're not doing that. I have one of these, so I'm going to use it. I'm just going to take it, pull it back a little bit, take my cutter, and we are going to cut. See, you got to just make sure you're not cutting that fold or any of those threads, and it'll be nice and close. Yes, it is great to use in those instances that you want to use it and you can protect your stuff. There are holdout Hoop Sisters, not selling that everywhere. They just sell it through them, but it's worth it. Go get it through them. Okay, we're going to rehoop. And then this is going to be ready to go, and it's going to be easy to place. Da-da-da-dun, da-da-da-dun. Look at the mess that I'm making. I'm a professional mess maker. Sorry, hitting the cord. We're going to hoop again. When you use this hoop, you don't waste a lot. When you're using the 9.5 by 14 or one of those, there's going to be a little more waste because you lose what goes under the top and the bottom edge. But I just kept thinking about it going, you know, I think this is just easier. So for me, easy is good. Easy is worth it. There's value in that. And this is my 12-inch. I really want my 11-inch. 11-inch. Where are you? That's 12. Where's my 11? Okay, I can't find it. Whatever. We're going to just go 12. Whoop. Lots of stuff to trip on. You would be scared walking around here. There's like cords everywhere. Ooh. What's this? $12. Okay, forget it. Forget it. 12 it is. Maybe I said to myself, Jeannie, don't skimp. What's wrong with you? It's an inch of muslin. I'm telling you right now, it's just my DNA. My DNA says save. My DNA says, don't waste that inch of fabric. I want to have freedom from that. Freedom from the hoard. Freedom from the clutter. Okay, ready to go. I'm just going to clip up this bottom so this is not hanging out all over the place, making a big old... Wait a minute. Okay, there we go. All right, I'm going to do a placement line. Let me see. I think I'm going to do the... Like, what do you see? Oh, you know what? I'm going to do this in a color so I can see it better. But I'm going to do the batting placement line. And I'm going to do it in a bright color that's going to show. Because what I'm going to be laying... Oh, you know what? It's the bobbin thread. It's the bobbin thread I need to see. What if I did a, hang on, going in the drawer to find a color that I can see, because it's white, that bobbin thread. I don't want to do a red just in case it pulls up a little bit. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do a gray so I can see it just the tiniest bit. It'll help me. Or how about this? I have lilac. I'm going to use one of these. Okay? Just same thing, clear glide, 80 weight or 60 weight bobbin thread. I'm going to use that in my bobbin. And that way it'll help me with my placement a little bit. Okay, sorry. Taking you back over to the machine. I'm switching from arm to arm. Filming arm to filming arm. I think it's easier than, for me, than, well, I like to use, we have setups where we use different cameras. But when I'm just home, with there being so many cords and everything, so I'm switching this out. If you want to do that, you can. You do not have to. I don't want to use like a super dark color because I don't want to see, like, when there's high contrast, sometimes you'll see like a pin dot of the other thread. And I don't want to see that with my pale mist on my white fabric. But this is just like a light lilac. Is this not the end? Not the end. Can't find it. Ooh. Is that it? Let's get a different one. If it was just me doing this, I would pick until it came out, but you guys are here with me. I don't want to keep you waiting. Okay, do your placement line. So it's done embroidering. I'm going to say okay, and I am going to go ahead and, whoops, I want to stay in that screen. I'm going to do the batting placement, and then I'm going to line this up to that batting placement line. What size of magnetic hoop are you using? I am using my 7x12. Hi, Miss Angela. Good to see you. I have had to waste a little. Yeah, keep it all. Hoard it, hoard it. Just kidding. Cluttered room is a cluttered mind. Cluttered sewing room. I know you guys are going to think this is crazy. I know somebody who only buys for the project they're working on, and when they are done, they get rid of whatever's left. Is that amazing? I'm like, wow, that is impressive. Can you imagine? Like, that'd be amazing. Yes. Yes, Cindy. That is what they do. They buy as they go, and they only use what they need, and then they get rid of anything that's left. I thought this was really funny. So I have a girlfriend who went to go visit a friend, and that friend has decided, along with her husband, that they only eat out. So they don't buy any food because they don't buy any food to prepare, because they look at it as they don't waste time cooking. They don't waste food and throw it away. They don't waste gas or time going to the grocery store. And so she said she went out with them, and they were in the car in like ordering fast food or something. And she was like, the two-year-old was calling out the combination. They were like, I want a 2. I want number 2. I thought that was, but I was like, well, maybe that does make more sense, right? Like, Patrick and I have good intentions. We waste stuff. All right. How are we going to do this? You know what? I'm going to take this off the machine and hoop it over here. Let's see if that'll be easiest. I was like, wow. I couldn't do it. What if you get hungry in the middle of the night? Sorry, my arm's coming over, switching over. So professional. You guys are used to it. You guys are like, yeah, that's A1. Okay, so I tried to, number one, lay it down from the top like this. And what I found was easiest, and maybe I can get more of a top view for you. I found it easiest to line it up like this. So looking at it from here to here, and you're going to line up, you can, it's hard to see. You're going to line up your center placement line for your batting with that. And you want this to, when it folds up a little bit, you want it to be maybe about, I'd say like a 1/4 inch above. Maybe since I have it off the machine, it'll be easier to do it this way. We do have to spray this, so let's flip it back. I'm going to just lay this back like this, and I will put it in my spray tent, and I'm just going to spray mindfully around here about 12 inches, okay? So I'm going to fold this back, and then we'll bring it over and lay it down. Look at this little piece. That's probably going to be big enough for this, and then I'm going to have to abut. I just grabbed whatever, not even thinking if it was long enough or not. Okay. You know what? I'm going to use my spray box. Okay, no camera. Not using the camera, not using the projector. We're just going to lay it down in here, spray it down, and go back. I'm using my spray. In case you weren't sure what box this is. Kidding. Yeah. That just cracks me up that it says spray box. One of the gals at the store wrote it. I was like, oh, that's so cute. Oh, let's get you out of here. We don't need you in there. I might need another piece right here. That might not be the 12 inches. I'm going to be spraying just right here. Okay. And like I said, I want you to maybe have it be like 1/8 of an inch above. I'm just going to take these and lay them down. Ooh, he's short. He's short. And just put this one down. Where I live. You guys aren't seeing that. Sorry. See, he was a little too short. That's okay. I'm like, my fabric's probably about 1/4 inch above. And your design may overlap, or there might be a little bit of a gap in between. It's okay. Okay, let's take it to the machine. We can kind of adjust it there. Kind of, you're the boss. You are the boss. Say it with me. I am the boss. Okay, I'm going to take this over to the machine. You are the boss. And fabric is malleable. Hello, Happy Grandma. Happy Grandma is here. Okay, I'm going to slide this on. You know what I'm going to check is I want to check the tack down. So how am I going to do that? I'm going to come over here. I'm going to say, okay. My tack down, we've done the placement for the batting. We're not going to do this tack down for the batting because we cut it to size, and we're not doing this. We're going to go straight to the yellow right here. I'm going to touch in the blue, but I have to fast forward more. Make sure your fabric isn't flipped under too. So I need to get to the yellow. So I'm going to go down arrow will take me to the next step. I'm here in the yellow. I want to check my placement. So here is, sorry, camera is pulling up. Do you see that? There is my, you can't see it from your angle, but I'm going to hand roll. Ooh. So I'm like one stitch down. Here, let me see, put the foot down. But I'm pretty much in line with that tack down. So I think I'm good. I'm in line with the tack down. I'm just going to stitch. I'm this far away. I'm like maybe 1/8 of an inch, and I'm totally fine with that. I'm going to go ahead and stitch. I want you to check it. I want you to go to that very first stitch. I want you to roll your needle down, and I want you to see if you are in line with the stitching behind it. So you see my side view from here? I'm pretty much right in line with it, so I'm good to go. And now I'm just going to stitch. No camera, no projector. We're just going to do it the old-fashioned way. So let's go. And make sure your fabric is like nice and straight too, that you're not askew. We already put our batting strips down. Those should be good to go. We sprayed them down. They're underneath. It was, I want to say it was like 40. Patrick and I went for a walk, and it was like 44 degrees when we went for a walk. 44 in Reno feels like 64 when the sun is out. Do you see how much room I have? There's like maybe 2 stitches. I'm okay with that. This one, nice and in line. Sometimes you want it to be more snug. Like I feel like with Falling for Autumn, if my little stars hadn't been closer. Okay, now having done it this way, I got to tell you, I think it's a little easier with my batting all in one piece than having all the little strips, but I like it better with the little strips. I feel like in Connecticut, if it was like, I grew up in Connecticut, if it was 64, it felt like 54. But we're pretty in line. That's what I'm kind of looking for. And did you see that? I just pulled my fabric over a little bit. I'm like, I'm in charge. Oh, watch your fabric in the back. See this? See this? Make sure it's not curled under and you're stitching it down. Check right now. Next time I do it, I'll clip it just to make sure. I have done a lot of projects where I'm like, where's my back fabric? I can't see it. And then well, you guys have seen it because I've done it in my live feeds with you. And then I try to pretend like it didn't happen, like I'm hiding it from you guys. And I'm like, what am I doing? What am I doing? I'm an idiot. And then I have to confess because I want to be an expert for you guys. I don't want to be an idiot. But you guys get to see all my idiot moments because I do a lot of lives. It's kind of like falling down, like tripping in front of people, and then you pretend like it doesn't hurt, but it really does. You're like, no, I'm fine. Perfect. You can see it's lined up good enough. Good enough is good enough sometimes. Ready? Now we're going to do the quilting. Just hit start. And then we're going to trim and place. Trim and place. Ooh, 76 sounds perfect, Susan. This is a good design to, I don't want to say connect, but if it's really close, it's going to look great. If it's not close enough, it's going to look great too. So it's a very forgiving one to kind of join. So we're going to do this. I'm going to use my trimmer by George. We're going to trim, and then we're going to place again. And then I'm going to be done with these because these will be, I mean, that's really going to be 36 inches, which should be plenty. I need 30 and a half for the top of one, and then I hope that's the measurement. If you're scared, you could just do the whole thing. But I mean, this is a 40 by 40, and it has the same measurements as Falling for Autumn, like the outer borders. So I'm pretty sure this is going to be plenty. If you're doing the 6x9 hoop, just keep going. Do that whole with the fabric. I think you can fit 3 in each hooping. Are you using muslin? If so, can you explain? Yeah, I'm absolutely using muslin. When you are stitching and you have, well, I have SF 101 on the back of this, and then you have batting underneath, then it's enough stabilization. Like, this is such a light stitch out anyways that you really don't need. Yeah, what's up with that? 59 watching and only 23 thumbs up. I'm just kidding with you. Thank you, Renata. Then you don't need you don't need that stabilizer. And I always tell people muslin is not a stabilizer. I use it as the base, and it's enough of a base. I like it because it's going to press out beautifully. It feels softer. It's not as plasticky as no-show mesh. So for me, it's like mostly the feel. Like, I like the feel, and it's enough for what we're doing, and I feel like it presses out even nicer than using no-show mesh. So I also think at this point, I think it's probably not as expensive. We sell 90-inch muslin. I think it's $10.99 a yard for the 90-inch, and I just cut it in strips and use it like a roll of stabilizer. Okay, let's take it off the machine. We're going to trim it with our cutter by George. We're going to place, and then we're going to come stitch one more time. Big hand in the way. Moving over here. Yeah, I don't know. I think most people that have tried it really, really like it too. So people go, well, what kind should I get? I know, like, I've been using the same stuff in our store for probably 10 years. It's from E.E. Shank. I don't know. I don't really, it's like their in-house brand. E.E. Shank does like Maywood fabrics and everything, and all the Kimberbell fabrics. They have it's the permanent press now. They got rid of the other one that I used to get, but I still use that because it just, yeah, I just know what to expect. And it's not, there is some body to it. I just love it. All right, same thing. Ready? We are going to make sure that's not in the way. We're going to fold back your top fabric, and then we're going to fold back each of the strips, and then I'm going to use my trimmer by George. Trimmer. I could buy them and have them in the store, but I don't feel like. Oh, do you like this piece and how straight it is? Yeah. It's okay. It's still going to look great. Look at this ratty piece. Where did that come from? This looks like it came from like grandma's closet. And I put it down upside down. Okay, make sure that's folded back nice and taut. I'm going to grab my trimmer by George. If you don't have that, you're going to put down a regular ruler. Make sure the edge of it is over the fold and then cut. Don't be fold greedy. It's going to be good enough. And I'm just going to take this, gently pull my muslin out this way, pull the ruler this way gently, not aggressively. And then I'm just going to cut. I have been like, oh, I want to get as close as possible. And I've pulled it out and I've cut threads in the fold. I was like, oh, okay, this is a bad idea. Now we're ready for our next hooping. All right. For me, this is going to be my last hooping. I'm going to grab my fabric, my muslin. I cut this 12 inches across. 12 is what I do for 8-inch hoops and my 7-inch. Although I could have gotten away with 11 inches on this. I need it. You just need it to barely cover the magnets. It doesn't, you know how your other hoops, it has to go over the edge? Like over, you want like an inch at least all the way around. With this, right to the edge is enough. Hi, Pops. Hi, baby girl. Hey. I just like to put my hand down here. Make it a little taut, not tight. You don't want to stretch it so when you take your embroidery out, it's like puckers. So just where it's taut but not stretched. Okay, I'm going to do the placement stitch for the, let's see if it makes a difference when we lay it down. Is it going to make a difference? I did purple, right? The last one I did was purple. I thought I put didn't I put a purple bobbin in? Can we not even tell? Yeah, you can't even tell. Can't even see it. Okay, I'm going to try a gray bobbin. I was like, that was pointless. I'm going to do this one. It's a kind of lead gray. Let's try that. Make sure it's not too dark. All right. I'm going to put this in. Might as well be white. Renata, your hens and I are like buddies now. Yeah, that doesn't even matter because now we don't have to match. This is like the last one, so let's just put the light one in. I'm like, what's the point? If you are going to be putting it down to place as a guide, then you might want to put it in. I'm just going to put the lavender one back in because this will be my last hooping. These should be long enough. And before I put down the fabric, I'm just going to do the placement stitch for the batting. So this is saying it's all done. I'm going to say okay. And we don't have to do anything. Everything's already color grouped. If you do not have a color grouping feature, don't worry about it. You're just going to do one at a time. Or you can fast forward. Just fast forward. Do one placement. Then fast forward to the next placement, to the next placement. Did you hear that? Okay, I guess Renata has a better answer. Muslin is lighter, cheaper, and holds up better. I like that. Clear, concise, nice. Okay, do you like that, Grandma? Happy Grandma, there you go. Yeah, and it's not, you're not going to use it in place of muslin for everything, but you can for lots of things. For lots of things you can. While it's doing that, I'm going to clip up the top of mine so that's not all hanging over and it doesn't get swept underneath. Boom! Cheaper. Wait, what did you say again? I gotta remember it. Cheaper, lighter, holds up better. There you go. Hi, baby love. Oh, you're gonna break my spray box. No. This is why I get nothing done in my sewing room. It's so hard when you have them looking at you, right? Especially the crying. When I get the crying. Oh my goodness. All my socks and all my slippers out on the lawn. Poppy just comes in and gets them and just spreads them out on the lawn. Okay, I'm going to take this off of here. I'm going to come back over here and see if we can get this lined up. And remember, good enough is going to be good enough. It does not have to be perfect. Here we go. It's hard for you to see. I know. It's hard. And then we cut the fabric, not the batting. Batting strips are going to go down. You can either do it from the top and peek down, or you can do it from the like fold it down like this, and then go ahead and, you know, place it so it's going to fit perfectly, which that looks really good. And you're lining up your batting line. Okay, so that looks good. I'm going to flip the top back now that I have it lined up. Flip this up. I feel like I'm askew a little bit. I'm going to flip this up. Don't be too aggressive so it's moving all around. I'm going to spray these. Oh my God, that piece is so bad. Actually, I should have sprayed first. Okay. Let me spray first and then lay down. Spray box. Are you like, ick? Look at number 3. Yeah, I don't know. That's an icky piece for sure. We can. I'm like a little bit above. Take these. That heavy breathing is not me. Heavy breathing is Poppy. Okay, this is like the worst kept piece ever. Maybe this was supposed to go in the trash can. That's how bad that one is. Yeah, but nobody's gonna know. Okay, and make sure that you pull any dark threads that might be showing. Oh, does your heart hurt so bad because mommy's not playing with you? Okay, I'm gonna lay this down. That looks good. This, I want that out of the way. Okay, before we start stitching, I'm going to pull up that tack down, and I'm just going to make sure it's in line with this one right over here. These are all kind of parallel, so everything should be running pretty straight. Let's go over to the machine. I don't know. How are you guys doing with this? Are you finding this okay? It's not that bad, right? You're just going to line everything up. Let's come back over to the machine. Let's see, am I covering the whole placement line? Oh, I'm not. Ooh! Oh, God. I hope I didn't cut this. You know what? Maybe I should have. This should be long enough. Look, I don't go down my whole line, so I'm going to have to watch it and be careful. All right. Didn't I cut 36 inches? I think I did. Okay, skipping this, skipping this. Now I'm all paranoid. I cut too short. All right, I'm going to touch right here in the blue, and then I'm going to fast forward until I see the yellow, and then I see that it's going to be the tack down, and I'm going to check over here and make sure everything is in line. I'll put my foot down so I can see better. I feel like I am almost quite there. Let me see. I'm pretty far. I'm like a good 1/4 of an inch, which makes me want to adjust down a little bit, but adjusting down a little bit means that I'm going to have to maybe adjust my batting down too. Let me feel my batting. Feels okay. Let me look at it. Let me look and see if it's getting lumpy bumpy. Not really. Okay, I'm just gonna go with that. I'm not feeling. Oh yeah, it did fold back a little bit. Okay. This one. It's all right. I'm just gonna leave it. It is like the tiniest little bit. Everything looks like it's in line. I am gonna do my tack downs right now. Make sure this fabric up top doesn't get flipped down. Okay, that I'm gonna stop because look, I don't want that foot to kind of, I think he'll be okay. He'll cut, but you got to be mindful of this, and you got to be mindful that I'm going to hold this down. That back of the foot could push the fabric. So if you're off your fabric, there. Now that I'm back on, I'm good, but you just need to be careful here. Feeling like I should have kept my fabric a little bit longer. I'm pretty sure I did 36 inches. Where's my spatula? Remember, I took it. I took it because I was... Well, we've lost a lot of toilet paper too. Not quite much anymore, but when they were little. I want that foot. There we go. Be careful of that. All right, then we're gonna do the quilting and we're gonna be done with the inner borders. And if you want to get these right on top of each other, you can. I would say don't be any further than like how I am right now. Maybe about like no more than 1/4 of an inch. Keep it no more than 1/4 of an inch. You want it to be pretty close. So I'm pretty sure I cut mine 36 inches. If I did it over again, maybe I would just cut it like 38. Better more than not enough. And I'd rather not have it, you know, I'd rather have the fabric have covered this whole end. Because you do have to watch and make sure that foot doesn't scoop this and get caught. And now I get a little paranoid and I go, did I really cut it 36 inches? This should be longer, right? Yeah, I should have cut it maybe 38. The one problem with doing our borders first is we couldn't measure. We couldn't measure. So when we do the 4.5 inch borders, the 4-inch borders, we're gonna do the whole thing, the whole width of it. And that should be plenty because with the fabric's about 44 inches, like 43 to 45 inches. And the finished quilt for this is 40 inches, so we should be good. And one set of those isn't going to even be that long. Oh, I know. Aren't these the best? I thought I was going to be really using them for scan and cut, but I've really just used them as a third hand, another set of fingers that that I could be not as careful with as these. All right, done. Let's go ahead. We're going to do the other borders. How was that? Did you guys find that pretty easy? Just cutting it back, doing a placement line, lining it up, and I don't know. I feel like I could have used my camera and done it that way too, but I thought this was just as easy. All right, we are going to go and let's hoop up in. I'm going to move some stuff around. I'm going to hoop in my 9.5 by 14 inch hoop now. And while we're stitching this, I'll trim these too. So we'll press those out and trim those. Here we come. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Next station. Squeaky arm. When I was going through my cancer treatment and I wasn't around as much, somebody sent me a note saying that they missed my squeaky filming arm. I was like, oh, it got me. Got me right in the heart. Okay, 9.5 by 14. The reason I'm doing that is because I'm going to be running 2 at a time, and they are about 9.5 inches. So let me go ahead and put this back over here. I cut my muslin to 15 inches. Did I do 15 inches? Let me look. You don't need that. What is this? 15. Yeah, 15 inches. So you lose a little bit, like under here, in between your hoopings, but that's okay. If it's going to be accurate, it's going to be easy. We're going to do it. Hang on. I'm looking at my chat window. Guess what I cannot find? My hoop screwdriver. It's been driving me crazy. You guys know I need my hoop screwdriver. And so, anyways, I've been suffering. And when you refuse to get another one because you're like, I have 2. I can find none. That's not okay. Okay, how I like to hoop is put it in. I am going to, I'm pulling out my wrinkles. I think 15 is overkill. I think 14 is probably better for me. You're going to hand tighten. As tight as you can get it with your hand. Make sure you pull out all your wrinkles. Take your fabric, pull inward, not upward, inward. And then you're going to take your hoop screwdriver, which I cannot find mine. It's making me angry. So you know what I've been using? I've been using the one that comes with the machine. But what I don't like about this, I love it. If you got this with your machine, you realize there's 3 settings. Like this is 1 for the screwdriver like this. Then you have setting 2. So if you need something with a short handle, like your needle plate, you can do this. And then your last setting, there's setting number 3, is you push it in all the way. And then it becomes your hoop screwdriver. See the little screwdriver in there? So you can just put it on here and go ahead and tighten it up. And you're just going to tighten it up to where it's comfortable. So I love this because it's multi-purpose. I prefer the hoop screwdriver because I can put my whole hand and not just my fingertips, especially with this bad thumb I have now. And tighten it to where it's comfortable, not to where you're straining. You should never be straining. But this should never be loose enough for you to undo by hand. Okay. We're going to do the same thing. Placement line. So now I have these. I cut these strips. Dun, dun, dun. And I have this fabric. Dun, dun, dun. I cut these 11 inches, but I really think you could get away with 10 inches. And then you would have had 2 inches. But I didn't want you to see me like, ooh, am I going to be able to cover it? So I was like, okay, Jeannie, don't be stingy in the live feeds. Be stingy when nobody's looking. Okay. I'm going to go to the machine. And then I'm going to come and get you. And I'm sliding my hoop on right now. Actually, I'm going to do it with you watching. Oh, hi, princess. think Daddy's home. Here we go. Tour of the messy room. Okay, I do want to show you this. This is a brother or a baby lock hoop. I've had it forever. They're sticky. Some of them are sticky getting it on. There's nothing wrong with your hoop. Well, there is something wrong, right? Why do they make it so it's sticky? So if you have a hoop that's sticky, which I do, you need to make sure you hold this. My 8x12 is like this too. What I find are the ones that come with the machine slide on effortlessly, like my 4x4, my 5x7, my 10.5 by 10.5. Like those go on effortlessly. And then the ones that didn't come with the machine, they're sticky. Doesn't matter if I buy the baby lock one or the brother one, which is, they're probably just all brother. So just hold this and just slide it on. All right. It'll go on. It's just sticky. All right, I do want to show you that because I don't understand why they don't make them not sticky. But I just didn't want you to think that you had a defective hoop if yours are sticky like mine. All right, where are you? I'm going to bring you back over here. I need a sip of my coffee. Oh my God, that's good. Patrick did a perfect job today. All right, let's go into our machine. Okay, let's go home. Where's my handy dandy spreadsheet? Next thing we're gonna load in there. Embroidery. Home. And we are now doing, oh, I can't wait to do a filler box. We're getting the, I don't want to call it the ick. We're getting the ick done first. I don't love borders. I got to be honest with you. I don't love them. Outer border. We are going to do winter 1 4-inch. 4-inch. I do cut my strips again to 4 1/4. Looks like it's asking us to use linen. I've been using a lot of pearl in place of linen because I just feel like it's a little bit more pop. And that's as wild and crazy as I get. All right, here are these them. Let's see. Pumpkins. No, that's for Falling for Autumn. Remember, I was doing that too. I didn't have to come all the way out. I just did. Oh my God, these are so cute though. So I am going to do the ones that are 9. I think they're the 14-inch in length. Let's see if it's that one. No. Short. No. Must be this one. Yes, 14. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and set it. Let's choose our hoop size so you know how much room you have. Go to your settings button. And then I'm going to switch this over to my 9.5 by 14. What if you don't have a 9.5 by 14? You're going to just use whatever hoop size you have. But I'm going to do mine in 9.5 by 14. Guess what? I can go fast because this is just a regular hoop. So I can go 1,050 stitches per minute. But maybe we'll just do 900. And we're going to take that one. I'm going to go edit. This is my move key. Yours might say the word move. I wish these still said the words, but they don't. I slide them all the way over. You got to put up that hoop size and then you're not guesstimating. You know exactly how much room you have. Okay. Gonna say, okay, remember, you need at least 1/4 of an inch in between because you're trimming 1/8 of an inch outside of that stitch line or the tack down line. The love of my life just came home. Hi, Patrick.
Yes.
Hi.
Hi.
Love you.
Love you too.
Okay, ready? Now we're going to do this. Make a copy. See how low it is? So you don't have to think about, am I right in the middle? Just hit your move key. Hit that center button. That will center it. And then just scoot it to the right. Not using my finger because I don't want to move these out of the way by accident. And that is going to be, whoop. That's, oh yeah, that's totally like 1/2 inch in between. I'm just trying to get back inside my embroidery field. If you're even one click outside of that 9.5 by 14 inch embroidery field, it's going to ask you to change to a larger hoop. There we go. Oh my God. Is this so cute? This is so cute. I was just thinking, like, maybe we should have flipped our design for the other one. Anyways, just the thoughts that come into my head. Okay, I'm going to say okay. I'm going to go embroidery. Even though it looks like I might be one click outside, I'm not. I'm right inside of that. So we're going to go layout. Let's color group. We're going to do the placement for the batting first. We're going to just do what we just did. And I'm going to let's leave a color that we can see. I'm going to put in something even darker than pale mist. And where's my pearl? Oh my goodness. I couldn't believe it. I've never used aquamarine before. I didn't have it in my stash. I brought home a thread kit, and then some of the colors I knew I had, but I was like, I must have aquamarine. Aquamarine, aquamarine. This, I gotta tell you, the colors in this quilt, these are my kind of colors. I love like jewel tones, like teals and purples and blues. Maybe like some deep pinks would have been good for me. Here we go. Placement. Go ahead and do your placement. Let's get our spray box. We want something big because those strips are big. The dogs are so excited because Patrick comes home and he's cleaning his bicycle. So while he's cleaning his bicycle, he sprays the dogs. They are like children. I just love my babies. I love them. How is everyone? Does anyone need help? Mama's here. Who needs help? Are we good? Any questions? You guys getting your, who's working on this too? Oh, sorry. It is, hang on. I see that it's focusing and refocusing. Hang on. Let me fix that. I think it's good now. I moved the camera. So it should be good. Sorry about that. Were you like, oh my God, focus, not focus, focus, not focus. Whoa, that was a lot happening there. Sorry. How long should your strips be? I would say you could have them be the whole 44 inches. That would be great. Yay! Oh, so Julia, you're working with us? You're doing it too? Feeling good? Oh my God, this piece is awful, but I'm gonna use it. Don't judge me by my batting pieces. Afterwards, they'll be like, did you see Jeannie's batting pieces? You would think that she'd have nicer pieces. Nope. I don't use it all. Oh, I'm doing 2 at a time. I was just about to spray 4 at a time, but we're doing 2 at a time. So just spray 2 at a time. Yes. And are you being successful? You could do these strips so many different ways, but I don't know. I thought this would be, maybe this is the easiest, and this is how we're going to do it all the time. All right. Got my batting in the spray box. Here we go. Spray. Just 14 inches. Let's lay it down. We're going to lay this down, and then we are going to put our fabric on top of it. Awesome! I hope you guys are stitching with me and feeling great and getting this done and feeling confident. Okay. I can't see. I'm going to take this to the right to the top edge, but we're going to take our fabric when we lay our fabric down and put it about 1/2 inch above. And then you could just look underneath. Just make sure you have an equal amount, that you're either right inside the line, or if you're cutting it a little bit bigger like me, that it's going a little bit outside the line. I'm just looking underneath, laying it down. Here we go. Make sure there's no dark thread. Actually, this one doesn't really make a difference. If it's not perfect, don't worry about it. Perfect's for like perfect people. Non-perfect is more fun. Oh, look at this one. This one looks like it fits like right in there. So maybe I was like, oh, this one, I'm going to make it 4 exactly. And this one, I'm going to make 4 1/4. Oh, man. All right. So I'm going to lay those down. Where's my top fabric? Here it is. Now, again, you really don't need to. Sometimes I just feel good when I make a decision. But I was like, I don't need my fabric to be that wide. So this is what? This is my ruler's only 8.5. So this is 9 inches. I think 10 inches would have been fine, but I did go ahead and just cut mine 11 inches. I rather give you a little more than have you feeling stressed. Where you're like, oh my God, I wish she had said an extra 1/2 inch. So I don't want you to be feeling like, oh my God, it's barely enough. Spray about 14 inches. We're going to lay it down right on top. I must be a lot of fun. You are so much fun. Who else is stitching with me? Is it just me and Julia? Not that that's not okay. I'd be happy to just stitch with Julia all day. Anyone else stitching? We're going to lay this down. I want you to put this at, maybe 1/2 inch above. Don't go crazy because you might need it on the other side. So not the selvage 1/2 inch, the fabric. So maybe go 1 inch above. All right, Regina. Oh, you guys are all stitching. I'm going to lay my fabric so the very top of it's but maybe 1/4 inch from the top. Okay, have about 1 inch on either side. I can kind of feel it. Let's go ahead and lay it down, and we are going to, there we go. I feel like, is that too high? No, that's fine. I didn't even press my fabric. And I'm using clear blue tiles. Nice. Oh, sew along. Yeah. If you guys aren't even doing this project, just join us for sew along. Just be like, oh, I'm going to do sit and sew. All right, ready? We are going to skip the tack down for the batting. We're going to skip the placement for the background. We are going to go straight to the next yellow. I am not in the screen where I can get there, so I'm going to go right here where I can go forward and backwards stitches. And let me touch right in the blue. You can always arrow through. Arrow through all those colors. Mine's showing yellow, the first yellow. That's what I want. That is my tack down. Oh, wait. Don't do aquamarine. The reason for that is you're going to fussy cut to this line, or you're going to use it as your tack down line. So you got to pick a color that you can see. I'm just going to go ahead and put my pearl in right now. Although lavender sounds good to me, amethyst. But I'm going to do pearl. I think it calls for linen. But look at it. The pearl's like, wow. That is so, that's linen pumped up. Oh my God. I'm sorry. Can you just hear my dog barking? He is like, he likes to hear the sound of his voice, and he is filled with joy right now. That's a joyful bark. Like, Daddy! Daddy, get me! Get me, Daddy! I'm going to smooth this as I go. I'm going to hold it down here a little bit. Make sure it's nice and taut. Now it's going to go up the other side. This fabric is called Sparkle. Mary, you're already on the mittens? Go, girl! Do you have a favorite? I feel like when I'm doing these embroideries, I always have a favorite. I'll stitch and I'll be like, oh, that's my favorite. And then I'll do the next one. I'll be like, oh, no, that's my favorite. They're like children. You're going to love your different blocks for different reasons. So we'll be at the store. Gloria can't wait. We get there at right around 9, but the store doesn't actually open until 10. But since you're coming from out of town, if you want to come at 9, Gloria, you can. Sometimes we don't open the doors, but I know you're coming, so it's okay. Just come if you want to drop it off at 9. All right, let's do our stitching. So this is going to be, what, 14 inches plus 14. So that's going to be 28 plus 14. Oh, that's going to be 42. I think we're good. I think I'm going to be good, and I'm just going to do 3 hoopings. If you feel like you need more, you can always do, like, 12, 12, that's 36 plus a 10. And then scrunch it or something like that. Oh, cute. This is adorable. Yeah, if anyone's like, excuse me, ma'am, you need to come back, just say Jeannie said I could come at 9. Yeah, sometimes you just gotta fix it somehow. Look how, okay, this quilt design is cute. Look at this snowflake behind the tree. Oh my God, I love it. It's a little bit of a longer stitch out, but not that long. And then we're gonna rehoop. Oh, thanks, Paula. Hopefully it makes a difference, makes it easier. Oh my God, I love this little ball snowflake. Look how cute he is. How are we doing on time? Oh, Momo, no, not in. Oh, no, you need to leave. Nope, you gotta go. Out. He thinks it's like just play date. He came in with his frisbee, and his fur is all wet. Patrick squirting him. I don't know. I've never had Australian Shepherds before these two, and they are like children. That is cute. Here, can you see it? It is cute. Love it. So, are you sitting outside? Do you sit outside with the chickens, Renata? I picture you like over by the chicken coop. Like behind a barn with all your free-range animals. Okay, I'm in love with this design. I have to be honest, I haven't used, like, I feel like we should challenge ourselves with one of the upcoming projects and just use designs from our stash. Because there's so, because you know what? For the next project, I'll get the next bundle and I'll use that and I'll forget that this amazing design even exists. And that makes me sad because it is cute. Okay, next side. Oh my God, I love it. Happy Grandma, what do you think? Like, we're on muslin. Muslin batting, and I didn't even put SF101 on the back of this. I don't feel like I need it. And like, it just stitches out so beautifully. And then we're gonna press it too. You guys realize, like, no, Momo, out. Your embroidery is just a straight stitch with the embroidery arm moving around. That's all it is. It's just doing a straight stitch right now. And then the embroidery arm is moving it. I feel like we got to get this one done because November, Sweetheart Shop Street, I don't even know if I'm saying that right, is going to be coming out. So I want to make sure we're ready for that one. And we're going to have to do our first December block, the ornament block. Oh yeah, you can absolutely, so I usually carry the muslin. I carry it, no, go outside. Oh my God, you're so cute. No. It's hard to say no to him, especially his little butt. Okay, it's $10.99 a yard, and then if you buy a bolt, and a lot of people do buy bolts, it comes on I think it's 15 yards to a bolt. And 15 yards to a bolt, and then we do 30% off. You do have to pay shipping, but you know you're going to get good stuff. You know what you're going to get, and it's 90-inch. So for me, I probably go through maybe 2 bolts a year. Have you seen anything on that coordinate? No, I didn't see that. No, half the time I find out from you guys. They do, for the retailer, they do something called Marketing Minute on Mondays. I'm always working while they're doing it. And then they do What's New Wednesdays, right? That they think you guys watch. No, you need to go outside. Oh, you're wet. Oh, you're pulling my camera. But I usually find out from you. I can't wait to see it. I'm sure it's going to be absolutely adorable. Yeah, this design is unbelievably cute. Patrick's so good. He's the type that if he did scan and cut, he would clean his mat off every time when he was done. Whereas I'm the one who cleans it right before I use it the next time. Done. Okay. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get everything up because look at Momo. He's like all over my batting. All right, let me... Oh, look at you. Okay, you going to move? You going to move? You stepping on something. You stepping on something. Okay, here we go. Momo. Ooh, It's like wrapped around you. Oh, pick up your foot. Okay. Pick up this foot. Now not only is my batting nasty looking, now it's all stretched out because Momo was stepping on it. Can I leave that? Okay, you can see like that, right? Oh, I should have been trimming this out. I was too busy daydreaming. All right. Okay, when the next grouping starts and it's doing the stitching, I will, are you stuck? Don't pull the cord. I'm pretty committed to this, so. All right, here we go. I would love to, you know, my dream is, one of my dreams, I want to have mini farm animals. Like the little mini Highland cows, mini donkeys, mini everything. But then I want Patrick to take care of them all. Because I feel like with animals, you got to get up early. They need you. All right, I'm going to go ahead and pop this out. Put this to the side for right now. Let's get out my trimmer by George. Your angle might not be perfect. We're going to fold the top back, fold the batting back, fold all of that back. Let's grab our trimmer by George. Don't pull it back too aggressively. It's got the lip on it right here. You're going to lay it down. Fold it back. Make sure nothing is coming out underneath here. But make sure it's nice and snug. Oh, you have to have a 60 millimeter. The edge of the other one might not be tall enough to go over the ruler. Momo, you gotta go. And then it'll be nice and trimmed up just like that. You see that? Don't cut your batting, your fabric, or your threads. So it gets you probably about like 1/8 of an inch away. Let's hoop up again. We're going to keep the top piece all in one piece. We're going to keep the batting all in one piece. Do you have to do it that way? No, I just like it that way. And, I mean, my batting isn't always all in one piece. Remember, arrows up. They should match the top of your hoop. You should have arrows up. Get that in there. Okay. Gonna pull out my wrinkles. I didn't adjust my hoop. I didn't adjust the tightness of it. So this should be perfect. Should be perfect. Did have to push that down a little bit. And this is super snug and tight. So I'm just going to leave it like that. But you should make sure that you pull out any kind of wrinkles or any bubbles in your muslin or your stabilizer. Never pull it so much that you're distorting the weave. Just to where it's nice and flat. Put on your clippy clips. Oh, you know what? This one was hitting my embroidery arm, so I'm going to go ahead and swing it around to the bottom part because it was hitting. Okay, going to slide this onto my machine, and I'm going to do the placement stitch for the batting first. And let's do it in a color you guys can see. Let's do it in a dark color. I'm going to use Marlin. Marlin. I would really like Well, no. I like the idea of having animals, but not the work that goes into having animals. Except my dogs, because I feel like my dogs, uh, the work I have for them is walking them, and I really enjoy that time. And I enjoy that time with Patrick, and so. But like, I don't think I would enjoy um I don't know I like the idea of farm life. I don't think I'm cut out for that. Okay, what I have on my screen is still what we're going to be doing. I'm going to do that first step, which is going to be the placement for the batting. So let's go ahead and do that. Placement, batting. Oh, my huge didn't hit my thread button. Yeah, people say that to me all the time. They're like, your dogs need a job. And I always go, I live in, I don't know, I live in Collin Ranch in Reno. I'm like, I don't have a job for them. I don't have a farm animals. This is for the batting. That's almost an inch. So just remember, you need to have a quarter of an inch. We're going to be cutting an eighth of an inch. So this is good. This is good to have this kind of space. Oh, actually, no, because I think the tack down is going to be a eighth of an inch over, and then you need an eighth of an inch from that. So, all right, let's take this off the machine. Gonna come back over here to my messy area. You guys get to see everything that's such a mess. And let's get the spray box. Spray box. You're so beautiful. It's really a snap hoop box. They're like the best. Here's what we just stitched. Beautiful. Glorious. I'm going to fold this back. Or actually, no, right? It goes like this. What am I doing? Think, woman. This is what I'm doing. And we could spray the, whatchamacallit again, the background fabric too. But I think if you spray it like this and just spray it on the sides, that's enough stick. All right. You don't want that. Whatevs. All right. 14 inches approximately. Approximately. There we go. A box like this makes me think of pizza. All right, top is that way. Let's move this. All right, now we're going to lay this down. I want this to be, I don't know, like 1/4 inch above or something like that. Make sure it's lined up. Looks pretty darn good. I'm going to fold back my batting first. And I'm just, here, I don't know if you can see a close up of that. Can you see that? That should be pretty good. Right? All right, I'm going to fold this down. I'm going to untangle it from everything else. I'm just going to lay it down. Hopefully I didn't pull that. Let me see. Oh, he looks a little high up. This one over here was a little bit of a snugger fit. It's a little more snug. Okay, I'm going to fold this down, and then we're going to use that, we're going to just make sure that the tack down line is right in line. All right. And this we're going to be mindful of too. We're going to watch for that and just make sure that that doesn't fold underneath and get stitched down. All right, back to the machine. How are we doing? You guys feeling pretty good? Hopefully you are feeling good and getting this done and not scared. Because I feel like I get scared of borders. I'm like, I know it's border time. Am I going to be able to do it? Hold this side. Hold this when you slide it on. If ever you're sliding on your hoop and this moves, I would go, oop, knocked my machine out of calibration, and I would turn the machine off and back on again. Because that's when suddenly your design is 2 inches too far up or something like that. And you're like, what happened? You moved your arm. That's all. Okay, we're skipping this. That's the tack down for the batting and the blue for the placement. I'm going to go ahead and touch in the blue. How do I get to this screen? If you're not in this screen and you're on a brother machine, baby lock machine, you're going to push this button down here that shows the needle with the minus plus. Just hit that. All right, I'm going to touch my blue. I'm still in my blue. So I'm going to go until I get to my yellow, because the yellow is the tack down. That's what I'm looking for. There it is. Okay, while it was doing all that, my fabric in the back was bunching up and doing all sorts of stuff. So I'm going to fluff it. Fluff it. Ooh, see? It was folded under. That would have just stitched it all down. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to look at my stitch, and we are going to put our pearl back in. I'm not going to leave in my marlin. You want a color you can see. And that blue is too close. And my pearl is all the way across the room. Momo must have been wrapped around Momo. They carved a pumpkin? Okay, I gotta see it. You know what I think is so mean? That like pecking order exists. And that there's always one they pick on. I don't like that. Makes me sad. What if that was me? Okay, I'm looking at this, and guess what? I am off probably about, I don't know, 1/8 of an inch. So I'm just going to take it with my fingers, and I am going to pull it over. Now, I also want to look and see how far in front of this stitch I am. I'm gonna hand roll. So I'm gonna hand roll my needle down, not all the way down. Well, I did go all the way down. I am I don't know. 1 stitch. That's good. I can live with 1 stitch. So I'm just going to leave it right there. I'm going to let it go. Okay. Here we go. Okay, that's good enough. I have a big crease right here. So I'm just going to take my fabric and see how I'm, you can't see, but I'm kind of pulling it towards me, making it taut. That's it. And I could have pressed it. I didn't. I'll press it once we're all done. That looks pretty awesome. So I'm pretty happy with that. Okay, again, I'm going to go ahead and pull this fabric towards me a little bit. Make it taut. Because why iron when you can pull? And another episode of Lazy Sewist. Perfect. Super happy. I'm like, I don't know, like 1/8 of an inch away. And now we're just going to go ahead and let it do the quilting. Easy peasy, right? Okay, while it's doing this, let's go ahead and heat up our iron. We're going to press out the other strips. Do you want to see something? Like, look at my dirty secret. Okay, here we go. I've run out of room. I've run out of room. These are from before. I'm just going to cut those off. I don't need that. Did that just give you anxiety? Gave me anxiety. I'm just going to cut this. Okay, I like to press from the back side, and you know what else I'm going to do is I'm going to cut this extra fabric off right here. Yes, Patrick? What? What? Why are you looking at me? Can I tell you I married a dirty man? Not even going to tell you what he just said. You don't need this bulk. I probably should use Trimmer by George so it's a nice cut line. But I don't care. Alright. From the back side, I'm going to use water. I never put water in my iron. Because I don't know if you've ever had one of those times where you go to iron something and all this icky stuff comes out because you haven't used your iron in a while and you're like, oh my god! Beautiful. Just press it flat. One of these should go underneath and one on top. Are you getting the shoulder? Sorry. Trying to frame it out. Check your embroidery. Make sure nothing's going on with that. Yes, Momo. What do you need? Oh, look it. You knocked my book on the ground. And now you're running all over it. Oh, you are so wet. Poppy's here and she's super wet. Okay, it just did one side and now it's doing the other side for the other one, so we have time. And you can press from the front side. Your whole goal is for this to be flat, for it to be laying flat. And this looks pretty darn flat and smooth and gorgeous. And now we're gonna trim from the front side, okay? We're gonna use these lines. We're gonna go 1/8 of an inch outside of those lines. See if I can get this out of the way. And we'll come over here. Hi, my love. My book has dirty paw prints all over it now. Nothing, I'm talking to the dogs. Okay, this has to be big enough for, I'm going to grab my Falling for Autumn just to make sure. Not that there's anything I can do about it now. But I do work really hard to give you guys accurate instructions. And I'm going to be like so upset if it's not big enough. Oh, it's plenty. Plenty big enough, right? Because one set of strips is going to be even with the quilt. And the other set has to be 1 inch bigger, so we're good to go. All right. I'm just going to cut this end off because I don't need it. And 1/8 of an inch outside of this line. Let me measure again because you want this to be 1.5 inches. So there's my 1.5 inches, and that's 1/8 of an inch this way, 1/8 of an inch this way. Perfect. What I usually do is I'll measure 1/8 of an inch from one side, and then from that side I'll measure 1.5 inches. And if this is a little smaller, a little bigger, I don't worry about it. But I make sure the piece itself is 1.5 inches. So I'm going to lay down my ruler, and I know it's hard to see because it is a light color. There it is, right? Right there. And I'm going to make my ruler go, and I'm even with it. And now I'm going 1/8 of an inch to the outside. Yeah, but aren't you happy? Are you happy that we're doing, well, you're not because you're watching the chickens. Why are you not stitching with us, Renata? When I asked last time and somebody was like, yeah, let's do the borders. I was like, you know what? Let's do them. That's what holds me back. Do you know how many projects I have here that are just waiting for borders? Oh my God. It's like, and I just keep moving my ruler up as I go because fabric sometimes isn't straight. I need to be able to see. Sorry. I need this out of the way. What about when you're going from one section to the other? Don't worry about it. Just follow that 1/8. It doesn't have to be perfect. Okay, from that 1/8, now we're going to measure 1/2. Oh, done. Time to rehoop. I'll come back to this. Let's make sure our machine is going. Okay, so now you're going to measure 1.5 from there. So 1/8 from one of the lines, and from that 1.5 over. All right, I'm going back to the machine. I will come back and trim this up in a second. We are ready for what? A rehooping, I think. Yes, we're ready for a rehooping. All right. Looks amazing. How are we doing? How are you guys doing? Anyone need anything? Don't worry about this. That'll all press out, and we're just going to put the next grouping on anyways. Slide off your hoop. Here's my little meat. Does this look so good? Here. Where is it? I don't even know where it is. Oh, right there. So, I would shoot for it to be like that's 1/8 of an inch, maybe 1/8 to 1/4 of an inch, or matching. Whatever you want. Anywhere from it matching, you could even have it overlap a little bit, or 1/8 of an inch to 1/4 of an inch away, but maybe not more than that. Okay, I just saw that. Somebody said their green dot bobbin case broke. Yes. So you're going to have most of the machines, if you have a baby lock or a brother, come with a green dot bobbin case, and that one has Loctite on it. And so they glue that screw. That green dot is glue. So we know when you bring it in for service if you've been playing around with it. Now you also have another bobbin case, this one, that has the purple on it on the bottom. Do you see it right there on the shiny part? This is exactly the same. It's tensioned exactly the same, except no green paint on it. So if if you felt like you wanted to adjust it, which I wouldn't do, that becomes a very, very slippery slope. You could, but they're interchangeable. You could just use it to replace that. Yep. Use it. And then get another one. Like have one in the back. Because the last thing you want is to like get a needle strike and have all of a sudden your thread start to shred because you have something in your bobbin case. And that the reason why the upper thread will shred when you have an issue with your bobbin case is your take-up lever, this little guy here, goes down, and when he comes down, he sends a loop of thread here, and then when he goes back up, he pulls that loop of thread into a stitch. So your upper thread actually comes down into this bobbin area, and when your bobbin case is broken, it comes around and it sometimes hits sharp pieces, and then it shreds. So here we go. Yeah, because people are like, why would, but something's wrong with my bobbin, why would my upper thread shred? Well, the upper thread goes down there. He's traveling down there all the time. That's what that take-up lever does. Sends it down, brings him up. Sends it down, brings him up. All right. First thing we're going to do is first we're going to admire that and go, that is so stinking cute. Next thing we're going to do is we're going to fold back the upper. Fold back the batting. And then we're going to get our trimmer by George if you have one. And if not, you're going to use a regular ruler. And you're going to make sure the regular ruler goes past the fold. If it doesn't, you're going to cut into your fabric. I'm going to smooth this out too because this is pulling back a little too aggressively. You want it to pull back, but not where it's like pulled, rippled. Okay, trimmer by George. here we go. Lip. Place it here, pull back. Pull this back a little bit, smooth. And trim. It's actually the edge of that is kind of slope. It's not like straight up and down. It's kind of like this, which is good for the design too. And then when you bring this up, see how it's so perfect and like you didn't get that, and it leaves like maybe an 1/8 of an inch, 1/16 of an inch. I'd say 1/16 of an inch. All right, messy. No, you're messy. I'm not messy. You're messy. I'm just kidding with you. I'm messy. All right, let's spray. One more. And this is, we're going to cut this away. And I think I was doing it the other way because I was just so not wanting to waste. I mean, what is this? Like 4 inches, 3 inches? Who cares? Because I'm finding this to be much more enjoyable. It's kind of a hybrid way of doing this. You know, we're kind of doing it the Kimberbell way, but kind of not. Because we're leaving these pieces whole. And I should just cut that off. I'm not going to use it. It's just going to get in my way. Where are my scissors? Scissors. True hope. That's rule of thumb. That's what we say at our store. It's not always the case. Sometimes when you get stuff stuck in your upper thread tension, that can make your thread look ick. But that is a good rule of thumb. And you know, a lot of times people will come into the shop and they're like, something's wrong with my bobbin, something's, and you know, when it's the upper thread, and you can tell that it's that. So yeah, it's counterintuitive. Sprayed, ready to go. I should have been stitching while we were doing this. Let me move this out of the way. Pizza box. Where's my manservant? He needs to make me lunch. he like made me breakfast this morning. He's a very sweet man. Okay, ready? Let's hoop up in my 9.5 by 14. After we do this, we're going to do a whole nother set. You know what? After we do this, no, I'm going to do the filler blocks, and then I'm going to let you do that second set on your own. Now that you know what we're doing and you feel comfortable and you're like killing it, and let's do the filler blocks. Because you know what you're doing now, right? And then I'll go have lunch with my love, Patrick Mulligan. Okay. Pull all of those wrinkles out, top and bottom. And then you always want to make sure the inner hoop is flush with the outer hoop. When you're not flush, that's when it like kind of pops out. This is 90 inch, and if we're doing, what is this, 46? Oh yeah, I don't think I'll have enough. Will I have enough? I'll measure it. Might have to cut another piece. Okay, I'm going to slide this onto my machine. I'm going to change my thread out. Let's put in something darker. Okay, when you take this out, don't grab this and pull back. You're going to unthread. Make sure that your foot is up. That means foot's down. That means foot's up. You're going to just unthread it. And once you get to right here, it just kind of comes up effortlessly. So you don't have to snip it here and pull it at your needle. Yes, you can go to another green dot too. But yeah, you can use this interchangeably. The one you cannot use interchangeably, if you have it, is the gray one. Your gray bobbin is a low, and we're talking brother and baby lock right now. We're back to the beginning. Let's just do our placement stitch. So the gray one is low tension. It's for bobbin work. And they don't even come with those anymore. Most of them don't. But we have people occasionally come in and they're upset because their stitching doesn't look great. And then we open it up and they're using their gray bobbin case, which is low tension. That is not interchangeable. Oh, Gloria, aren't you fast? Haven't even started. You did everything? Darn it. So slow. That's okay. Filler blocks are, I love filler blocks. I will see you tomorrow, Miss Gloria. Drive safely. Hope you have awesome weather. So if your biggest hoop is a 6x10, you're just going to do one at a time and you'll do the one that's about 10 inches. Just put on a good show, get in the groove, do some piecing on your other machine. Oh my God, Rebecca, you're done? You got your filler blocks done on Sunday. Got it. Okay, I'm going to take this out, put it back over here so I can lay my batting down. Let's go ahead. You can do this while you're at the machine too, but I'm going to go ahead. Ready? Head. Yeah, do you like that move? I'm going to just put this down at the top. Maybe about 1/4 of an inch from the top. Ooh, kind of line up my batting pieces. And hold it down right here. Pull this one down. Making sure this top fabric's not really moving around. Pull this one down. And then hold that there, and then this down. Oh my God. Do you ever feel like you're in the groove? You're like, I'm totally in the groove. Okay. Now we're going to check this. We're going to check the top and make sure that those tack down lines match. I'm going to take this and let's clip that so that that doesn't, where's the top of my hoop? Right there. I want this to flip underneath. And let's come back over here. Slide on the hoop. Keep your fingers crossed that this is a good hooping. Hold that. Hold it here. Make sure it doesn't budge when you put your hoop on. Okay, get all of this out of the way. Fold that up. You're going to watch that too. All right, let's see how we did. I know I lied to you. I lied in my note. I said we were going to start with filler blocks, and then we didn't. I hope you guys are okay with that. I'm always going to start with borders, right? Let's just always do it. Get out of the way. All right, we're not doing the tack down for the batting. We already put that down. We're going to go into the blue, just touching the blue. Or you can fast forward. Just keep hitting the fast forward button. Ooh, it's making a big mess back there. I need the yellow. So I'm just watching here until I get to the yellow. There we go. I can always hit in the yellow and then go back until I hit the blue and then go forward until I hit the yellow. Okay, let's see how lined up and how far we are from those lines. So, do you see? You can see the line right below it, but I'm going to go ahead and put my foot down. I'm right there, and I'm going to put my needle down. What is that? Let me put my needle back up. Yeah. Oh, I'm about 1/4 of an inch. I feel like I'm a little far. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go ahead. I want to pull this down towards me a little bit more. And I'm pulling the batting too. And I'll kind of smooth that down. See, I made some bubbles here. Good thing. Oh, he's skinny. And even if I'm 1/4 of an inch, I think 1/4 of an inch is fine. But I don't want you to be as like 1/2 an inch. Even a 1/2 an inch would be fine. Maybe not an inch. You gotta have standards. All right, that's probably good. I'm just gonna go with it. If it's not perfect, that's okay too. All right, I gotta also change my thread. I'm gonna put my pearl back in. And we are only going to do, I'm only going to do this set of this border because I want to do the filler blocks. And then you can do the other set of borders, the fatties, on your own. Now you know what to do. Should be a piece of cake. We're in the groove. Hi, Peanut. Hi, my little baby girl. Okay, you want pets? I'm going to just smooth this. Oh, gosh. So it took us what? Right now it says that we've been live feeding for 2 hours and 50 minutes. So we'll probably finish this in, I don't know, maybe about 15 more minutes. Oh my God, this one's right on the money. It's like right there. Like that stitch went right in the end of the last stitch. So it doesn't have to be perfect. It's still going to look great. I don't know if I've ever looked at anyone's borders. I was like, did you see so-and-so's borders? Can you believe they put them on like that? No, I've never done that. All right, just hit start. And you're just going to let it do all of that incredible stitching. And while it's doing all of that, whoop, we want to check the back too. All right. While it's doing all of that incredible stitching, I'm going to go back over to my cut table. I'm going to finish cutting out those little mini strips, the little inner borders. Here we go, coming around. Okay. I know I could like move my arm and then move the camera, but Michelle's so nice. She'll like cover it. I'm like, oh well. She's like, I don't want them to get seasick. I'm like, oh well. Okay, remember, now that we've done that, we're cutting 1.5 inches from this side. Need a better angle for me. On me. There we go. Okay, and this might be not quite 1/8 of an inch, but I would rather have this be 1.5 inches, as long as you're going to have a 1/4 inch when you sew in, and both of those tack down stitches are going to be encased. All right, I'm going to put this one to the side. Let's trim these up. Same thing, 1/8 of an inch away from one, and then flip it and do a 1/4 of an inch or 1.5 inches from the other side. Like, what you don't want is you don't want to do this tack down in white. It's going to be very hard to see. All right, now I'm going to flip it, and I'm going to trim 1.5 inches from this side. How is everyone doing? Anyone need anything? What do you need? No, Pops. No. She's banging on the door. I thought that was even. All right. So my other strip, put it in a safe place. Sorry if you're getting the shoulder view. Okay, now 1.5 inches from that. So 1/8 of an inch for one side, and then 1.5 inches from what you've just cut. another strip. Flip it, and then an inch and a half. Okay, we're gonna do, I'm gonna do the filler blocks for, I like just getting the filler blocks out of the way. And then we'll do the fun stuff. Or I mean, for me, filler blocks are fun. I like filler blocks. What perfect timing. So all of these are trimmed down, and this is going to be a consistent 1/8 of an inch. This might be a little bit more, a little bit less, but don't worry about it, because as long as that 1/4 inch will encase, you're going to be totally good to go. All right, I'm going to take these and wrap them all up, and I'm going to put them in a safe place. Where's that? I don't know. I'm looking around my room going, what is safe for me? But aren't these, I love that we are done with our borders. Haven't been looking at comments. Everyone good? All right, let's do filler blocks. Okay, so I am going to be doing filler blocks. I think I did a little printout for you guys. So everyone that's bought something from us, I put you into the Enchanted group. Hopefully you're in there. If ever I put you into a group and you're like, I don't want to be in this group, send me a note. And I just don't want to leave anyone out. Where's my 8 by 12? 8 by 12. So I put you all in there. So I think we have 3 hoopings. So I have my spreadsheet, and I took pictures. Because I try to fill it up the best I can. And if you don't have an 8 by 12, then you're just going to go ahead and modify so with the hoopings that you can. I'm leaving my my muslin on, I leave it long. So this chunk here that doesn't get used up, you don't have to worry about that. This is going to be hooping number 1. It's going to be filler blocks 2, 7, 8, and 9. If you're doing what I'm doing. If not, just do it however you want to do it. Hooping 2, and that's going to be our last hooping. I couldn't get it to fit evenly. So here is all, these are all of my filler block tops with the batting. Guess what? I didn't put shape flex on these, and this one I don't have it. I'm not even going to worry about it. It's going to be totally fine. I usually don't. You're going to trim them down. You're going to press them. They're going to lay nice and flat and be absolutely amazing. Oh, is this my 11-inch piece? Yeah, this was my 11-inch piece that I was looking for. Okay, I need 12-inch. Hang on, let me find 12. You do need 12-inch. For this hoop, you need 12-inch. It's got to go a little bit over the edge. See, you go through a lot of muslin, but if you weren't going through this much muslin, you'd be going through this much stabilizer. So I say, sometimes it's a special order. Sometimes we have extra bolts in the store. But I say just get a bolt. If you like it, use it first. Try it and go, oh, I really like that. Or if you don't like it, then you're like, oh, good thing I didn't order more of that. But if you try it and you like it, I would just get a bolt. These are extra pieces I had that I didn't know where they went. Right? Scary. I'm using one solid long piece of batting. Yeah, that's perfect too because the batting can get smushed a little bit. Yeah, that's why, like, sometimes I'll use one big piece. That's what I was doing with, because this kind of batting isn't that thick and you really don't notice it in the seams. So, absolutely. If you don't feel like cutting it down, and 12 inches is just enough. I like 12-inch stabilizer for my 8x12 hoops, things that are 8 inches wide. But if you feel like it's not wide enough and you like a little bit more, you can go to 15 inches. Or I buy stabilizer based on the hoop that I'm using. Like if I'm using an 8-inch or a 5x7, I like 12-inch stabilizer. My 9.5x14, I use 15-inch. And my bigger hoops, I use the 20-inch. Dun-dun-dun. Okay. Am I ready? That's it. Let's go. Let's go. This is going to be fun. And then guess what? Then we get to pull this off and you're done with your filler blocks. I always like that. Whoops. Oopsie daisies. Sorry, we're going to put it back on. Fix it. Ripped it. Fixed. All right, let's go. To the machine, to the machine. Oh, is that gorge? Are you like, that's right. Look at my quilting. It's unbelievable. It is gorge. The way I do stuff, it's just, and I change, I evolve. So it doesn't have to, you don't have to do it like this. There's so many different ways of doing it. I love, yeah. And a lot of times people will go, I do it this way. Sometimes I'm like, oh, well, good for you. And I'm not that I'm not interested, but I do it different. Sometimes you guys send me suggestions. I'm like, oh my God, I never even thought about doing it that way. Oh my God, I love that. So if you have an easier way, okay, the 8x12 to me is the hardest one to get on. Do you see this mark right here? Can you see this dark mark where it rubs? So I was once told by tech to just take like a little bit of sandpaper and like where it's dark, rub it down. But I'm scared to do that, so I just suffer through. I just hold this and I muscle it on. Okay, here we go. All right, first hooping. I put these in. Hopefully I find them right. I'm going to go home to clear my screen. Oh! Wait. Did I hit home? No! Hang on. I got to slide my hoop off. I didn't save it, which is not a big deal. I'm just going to have to load it again. But oh! Okay, it's there. So I don't have to load this again. I'm just going to hit OK. And I'm going to hit this pocket. Some of you have a button that says memory. Mine has a pocket. So I'm going to touch the pocket and I'm going to save it to my machine. And that way I don't have to load it again. I know it's going to be perfect. That would have just taken me like 2 minutes, like 30 seconds to load anyway. So not a big deal. But I'm going to save it because I have to run that 3 more times. All right. Embroidery, pocket. And I am looking for these designs. And they don't have numbers on them, so I'm just going to look for them. I saved them on my machine. Here's this. And they're going to be down here. So I'm looking for like the snowflakey one. Where is that? There. I think it's this one. Okay. So you're looking one that looks like that. And 2.5 by 6.5. I'm pretty sure that's right. Set. I'm going to take it. Oh, choose your hoop size because guess what? If I put it all the way up in this corner, This is my 9.5 by 14. When I go to stitch out, 8 by 12, it's going to be outside of the embroidery field, and it's going to tell me to change to a larger hoop. So put up the right size. I'm using an 8 by 12. So go ahead and go into your settings and select that. Okay, next design. This one right here that has like holly leaves or something. Add. I sent these over by design database transfer. That's why I keep hitting this button right here. I do not use USBs anymore. I'm like, so USBs are so 2024. I'm 2025 all the way. Okay, I think it's going to be this one. Is that it? I should look, right? I think that's it. Yeah, that's it right there. Okay, now this like, and I'll move these and make sure they fit really well afterwards. I should be giving you sizes, right? So this one was like a 2 by 6. This one here was, I didn't write it down. Okay, so filler block 2. So we have a block that right now what we're looking for is winner 8 4 by 4. But I did write it in here. The 2, the 7, the 8, and the 9. I use the fabric tack down line. Oh, you guys are having, I'm sorry, you having a private conversation? Okay, let's go. We are looking for the snowflake that is 4 by 4. Where are you? 4 by 4 snowflake. Square. Square, square. There, this one. Set. And then the last one is going to be the one that looks like this. I don't know. What is that? Whatever that is. I think it's called Geometric 13. So find Geometric 13. You're looking for the 2 by 4. It's this one right here. And you've got to pay attention. Sometimes it wants the vertical or the horizontal. If you're pulling it, I just put in the ones that we were going to be using. But the first one, like if they're in order, the first one will be horizontal. The next one's going to be vertical. So I think we're set. Let's go ahead and set that. And now I'm just going to make sure everything's aligned. So I use my finger for general placement. And then I use my arrows for precision. I'm going to come in here. Go to my move arrows. This one right here. Let's bring him down a little bit. He was outside of my embroidery field. Your fabric's going to hang over this a little bit for the tack down, so don't put them right next to each other. You can hold it down, but like I overshoot. I would hold it down and then be like way outside, and I hold down, be way inside. I don't know if you do that, but okay, that looks good to me. So this is going to be our first hooping. I'm going to go ahead and say okay. There's going to be different thread that goes on. So if you want, like if we do this right now and I color group, you're going to have to stop it in between unless you change the colors of each one, which we can do. Let's do that so we don't have to stop and we don't have to pay attention. So what we're going to do is we're going to touch edit. And then let's touch this one. It'll bring up our color list right here for teal green. Leave that one, but let's go to the next one. Wait, let's close that. Let's do this one. And for the next one where it says teal green, change it to any color. I'll just change it to purple. So it will stop before it starts stitching that one. So I'm going to close that one up and let's go to this one. I'll change that one to orange. Doesn't make a difference, just a different color. And then finally for the last one, it's teal green. I'll change it to blue. So now so when it goes to do the last stitch for quilting, it will stop before each one of these so you can put the appropriate color in. I didn't even look. Some of these might have some of the same colors, but that's what you can do. So now I'm going to go ahead and say, okay, that was just your little mini lesson. I'm going to say, okay, they're all a different color for the quilting. And I'm going to go to embroidery because we're ready to embroider. And see how it has like this section, this one, and this one. I'm going to go to layout, and then I'm going to color group. So now it's going to do all the tack down, it's going to do the batting placement, batting tack down, placement of fabric, fabric tack down, and then it will do each individual quilting, and it will stop. All right. I don't know how to load my Kimber design beta. A database transfer? Is that what we're talking about, Rebecca? I did a video. If you go on, look for, I think I did a whole video on design database transfer. It's very easy. It's very easy. You are going to go, just type in design, depending on if you have a brother or a baby lock. You'll type in brother or baby lock design database transfer. It will take you to a website that walks you through step by step, and you just have to be connected to your internet. Okay, say okay to that. What color's up there? I have, let's put a color we can see. I'm just going to choose one. We'll do Marlin. So next, sew along. There's 3 sections. Do you think we should like go fast and do 1.5 sections? Or do you think we should, I almost feel like we should start stitching this week. Don't you think? Maybe I'll just start popping on and doing some. Because you know it's all about me and my schedule. Hang on. Straight in. All right, there is a page, and I don't know if it's with the quilting designs or I can't remember because I printed this out, but there is a page that has your quilting guide on it. I think it's with the quilting design guide right here. So now we can grab our pieces. So we are doing piece what? 2, 7, 8, 9. So wait a minute, that's not 2. Did I write them down wrong? Hang on. Maybe I'm confused. Okay, here we go. Page 45. 45 has it. So this is piece 2 right here. So we're going to grab these pieces right now. So look at your quilting guide. And then from your pile, this is 2. This one. I need 2, 7. Okay, this is 7. I think it's this one. There's 7. 8. Where's 8? 8 is that little skinny, this little guy right here. So cute. With the batting. We cut our batting. And then 9. 9 is the bigger plaid square. We still have kits at the store. So if you haven't gotten a kit yet, they're the ones we cut in the store. This is the suggested backing. We are all out of that for a little while. But I put some choices up there. Some pretty backing. And then we have embellishment kits and all of that stuff. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to spray I'm going to spray my batting, and I'll put it down, and then we'll just center this to it. They've made these a little bit bigger so they don't have to be perfect. Or what you can do is, well, yeah, let me go ahead. I'm going to spray the batting first. These are all different sizes, so you'll know. You want the batting wrong side up. Lay them down, and then we're going to lay down the fabric. So these are going to go in each square. Okay, fabric now. Where I really want to spray these wells around the edges so they stick. Okay, lay them down. You know what? I almost feel like, okay, hang on. Let's just feel around the edges. The other thing you could do, sometimes when I have stuff like this and I can't see, I'll fold it into quarters, and I'll pick the center out and lay it down on the center and then unfold. And then I'm just going to go ahead and next. So you can, of course, your hands are going to get a little sticky, but who cares? Fold it in quarters, find the very center, lay it down, and then open it up. You're going to be trimming, like most, oh, that one was way off. I was way off. Needed to go up a little more. There we go. Did you not even have a very good view? Sorry. Sorry, sometimes I'm off. Sometimes I'm not paying attention. Okay, center. Right there. It should be pretty centered. Oh, you know what I didn't do? My placement line. Shoot. You know what we should have done? Sorry, I'm off. I'm off my game. We should have done the placement line for the fabric and then laid this down, but I'm going to just lay it down. Yep, I'm just going to do the tack down. And when I do that, I don't put the batting down yet. We'll do it this way, and then we'll do it the right way. Okay, I'm skipping steps. I'm going to go, we'll do it for the next hooping. For the next hooping, what we're going to do is we're going to do placement for the batting, and then we'll do placement for the fabric, and then we'll do the tack down in this, and we're going to skip this step right here. But I'm going to go right here where I go forward and backward stitches, and I'm going to skip right to the yellow. So I'm going to touch in where the blue is until I get to the yellow. And there we go. We're going to do our tack down. This is where you might want to have your little spatula. Sorry. Get my spatula. Where's my other one? Here we go. Do not put your hand in there. And I'm going to use this color because you do want something to fussy cut too. Whoops. Good enough. You are really fussy cutting to that line, so you have a little bit of room for it not to be totally perfect. I know, I love teaching crafts. I've always been like a craft pusher with my friends. Like, let's knit, let's make jewelry, let's scrapbook. Okay, now we're going to go ahead and do the quilting stitch. So the first one's the snowflake. And that wants, I'm looking at my book, 7. What's B? B is, I think B is marlin. And I already have marlin in it. So this very first one, just, it wants the blue. Go ahead and stitch that out. The next one is probably going to be this. And here's your guide. So that's number 9. Number 9 is going to also be B, which is marlin. And if you're wondering where I'm getting that color from, it is from this page right here, which I love. Page number 11. So page 11, I'm going back and forth between page 11 and page 45. Okay, who's out there? Who's watching? Say hi. I know some of you never, I'll be like, oh, you were in the live feed? Where are you, who's watching and where are you from? Miss Gloria C, I'm going to see tomorrow. I guess I should be pressing my other ones. Hi, Miss Betty. Miss Suzanne from Vegas. Betty from down south, Miss Mary. I forget where you're from, Mary. Miss Felicia, Fort Worth, Texas. Miss Cindy's got her new bobbin case. Hope is from Wisconsin. Oh, it's almost dinner time. Eugenia from Texas. Dee Dee is from Australia. Hi, Dee Dee. What time is it there? It's either really early or really late. Maryland, that's right. Miss Renata, Miss Leanne from Florida. Hello, Miss Cindy. Are you and Mike stitching together? Fun. Tina from the state that's round on the opposite pie in the middle. I know that's an awful joke. Mary Ann from Maine. I didn't know if I realized you were from Maine, Mary Ann. I think of Maine, and I think I used to, like, from Boston, every once in a while, we would go to the Freeport outlets, and it was like 2 hours away. We're like, oh, it's so far. Go to LL Bean. Trimble. Mike's watching too. Okay, that's pretty stinking cute. Oh, it's perfect time there. Good morning. All right. Oh, Did I take that out by accident? Yeah, I'm putting that back in. We're using it right here too. Even though my screen says royal purple because I changed it. So I could have had some forethought and put the same color and it would have just continued on. But sometimes I like to walk around and not pay attention. So if you're like that and you're just leaving your machine, then change those colors. Otherwise, you can just sit and watch and stop in between. Wyoming. I rode my first horse in Cody, Wyoming when I was like, can I tell you, it was my first and last horse. What I didn't realize is I'm super allergic to horses. And it was like the middle of summer. I was with some friends from college. And yeah, I immediately started sneezing and my nose I was covered with snot the entire time. It was not a good look or a good experience. And I was like, oh, okay. I'm allergic to horses. Renata, stop. Don't stop, but stop. No, I'm just kidding with you. Okay, is this so cute too? The stinky eye. Oh my God. One of you wrote that. One of you wrote, it was Marsha. She was like, I don't care if you're hungry, I'm sewing. I just laughed so hard. Northern Indiana. Like driving cross country, I was always so excited to drive through Indiana and Illinois because they were like long and skinny. I was like, oh, I'm going to get right through those two states. Hour and a half. I can't remember if it took like an hour and a half or 3 hours. How long does it take to drive east to west through Indiana? Okay, what's our next color? We're doing the snowflakes next. Those are number 2. It wants you to do that in linen. You know me, I'm going to do my pearl. I'm over linen. I'm a pearl girl now. It's fun saying hi to all of you. So if you're just joining us, we did inner borders, outer borders. Now we're doing filler blocks. It's our first hooping of filler blocks. Feel like it's been pretty stress-free for having done borders. Shouldn't stress you out. We did all of the inner borders. We did one set of outer borders. Your homework will be to finish up the second set of outer borders. Okay, for this one, we are going to be doing... Really?
And they're sending us a 10
Okay, guys, we're super excited. Patrick was on the phone with, we're planning that trip. So he was just on the phone with later, a different trip. Yeah, we're just going to do Korea. It's going to be amazing. Okay, we're going to put Marlin back in for this one. Does it sound exciting?
It sounds awesome because it's like everything is planned and then there's like a couple hours for us to do together.
Oh my God, it's going to be amazing. It's 10 days. 10-day trip. And I think there's like an amazing quilt show going on, right? Is that?
Yeah, but we can't figure out when it is for next year, so the group is going to try to figure that out.
Okay.
I'm going to the store for an hour. I'll get everything dropped off and shipped and paid for.
Okay. I'll make dinner. My manservant's probably amazed that I said that. Because usually I'm like, what's for dinner? And I better like it. I'm just kidding. We made dinner together last night. Hi. Oh, my babies. Oh, okay. All right, let me go ahead and put my marlin in for this one. This is number 8. Sorry, I have to kiss up on my dog a little bit. Hi, Pops. Yes. Oh, God. All right, here we go. Sorry, that's Poppy's head hitting the filming arm. Good thing we're almost done because my dogs get to the point where they're like, love now. Okay, then we're hoop up. We'll do the next ones. Isn't it amazing? Is this like, I gotta tell you, I love it and I hate it. Like, sometimes I wish we could go back to the days before phones and before all of that. Like, I really liked growing up the way I grew up in the 70s. But I love that the world's small too, that we can meet people from all over. I don't know if she's on, but I got this really sweet email from a gal yesterday. And yeah, it was nice meeting how we met. I don't know if our paths would have ever crossed any other way. Okay, let's rehoop. Next one. So much fun. Hold this. Hold this. Don't those look great? And they'll press out really wonderfully. I couldn't. Yeah, it's 7.8, so I had to do it in the 8-inch. Hi, Miss Betty. Miss Betty just showed up. So normally you would lose all of that stabilizer that's under the ends, but when we do it like this, okay, you can conserve all of that. I'm making a big old mess here. All right, I gotta go from a different angle so I can get in on this.
Why am I driving my truck? I should be taking your car.
Yeah, you should. See, these can kind of go under. You can have a little bit of that sticking out because you have about, I don't know, 1.5 inches of no-sew. I'm going to have to open up the bottom part right here, so that's going to fit under there. We'll just do that. Oh my goodness. We're going to have so much fun and the shopping. The food. We're going to go to Baskin Robbins. Okay, so when we went last time, my nephew wanted to take us to Baskin Robbins. And I was like, you know, when it's a limited amount of time, you really want to fit in the best of the best. And I was like, okay, Baskin Robbins. He really wanted to go. So I was like, okay, let's just go. We're going to do whatever Justin wants us to do. Baskin Robbins in Korea is not like Baskin Robbins. Sorry, I'm going to come over here and grab my screwdriver. It is an experience. They have, oh, you had to see my butt. They have, is it like 100 flavors? And then you can get all of these special things. Like you can get is it like a 3-layer cake or something? Dessert in Korea is like unbelievable. Okay, hooped up, ready to go. Let's slide it back on the machine. I'm getting excited for our trip. I know you guys were probably like, haven't heard anything. What's going on? So our tour guide said, fluff your fabric. Mine just got completely folded underneath. I'm actually going to fold it back and clip it on the top. Whoop. Okay. All right. Let's go. Sorry, you had to stare at the top of my machine. I'm going to go home to clear my screen. Okay, this time let's do the batting and then the background stitch first and see if that's going to be any easier. I don't think it will be because your background pieces are now cut large. So that makes sense. They're cut larger so that you'll have room to stitch everything down. I don't know if that makes sense, but let's grab the bookie book and our list. Let's go embroidery, and we're going to go to design database transfer. And for this hooping, I am doing blocks 1 and 3. You can do whatever you want. I wonder if it gives me sizes here. It does. So block 1 is going to be 2x8 vertical, and block 3 is going to be 4x8 horizontal. And I'm on page 45, which is a great page. So I'm looking for, the first design I'm looking for is going to be what are we doing again? I already lost it. 1 and 3. 1 and 3. 2x8 vertical. 2x8 vertical with the trees. 2x8 vertical with the trees. Is this it? 2x8. Disregard that half inch. That's with the quilting. Go ahead and set it and take him. Move it with your finger for general. We'll use the arrows for precision. Add. I just hit the word add down in the bottom corner. Sorry you couldn't see it. We're going to go here. And now we're looking for design 3, 4x8 horizontal. And it's going to be this one with the trees and the skating. 4x8 horizontal. I think it's this one. And I know it's telling you this size, but it's adding the two of them together. But this is it, 4x8 horizontal. And now, I'm going to scoot it up so that we save all that muslin down here on the bottom. Now I'm going to go edit my move arrows, and now I will move it so that one I can tell is outside of my embroidery field. Okay, perfect. Looks good. Say okay. Embroidery. And we can leave, this time we'll just leave it and we'll stop it in between. Well, I am going to color group. But what I mean is like right here, see how it has all green stitching? It'll do all of the quilting. When it cuts, then I'll stop it and, well, I'll look and, are they different colors? They are different colors. One is going to be aquamarine and the other one's going to be amethyst. So you're going to have to stop it, or I could have changed it in the previous screen so these were different colors and then it would stop automatically. All right, let's go ahead and do our placement stitch. I just have marlin in there. We could have come down a little bit. There's like about 1.5 inches of no-sew. Let's find our pieces. 1 and 3. 1 is these are our 2. This is what you're looking for. So while it's doing that, I'm going to spray this and this. And this and this. This one. Don't lay your pieces down yet, because let's do the outline for the placement. And if you do it now, then that foot's going to be like pushing your batting all around. So let's do the placement for the background first. So I'm going to skip to, whoop, got to go here, where you go forward and backward stitches. Now I'm in the blue, and I want to make sure this doesn't get folded under. And let's go ahead and do, your fabric's going to go around that anyways. I don't know if it's worth doing the placement line for the background fabric. Oh, hang on. Sorry, did you see this? It totally rolled under. Watch that fabric. If you have fabric still on there, make sure it doesn't roll under and get stitched down. I'm just going to hold it to make sure. Just going to be mindful of that fabric that's still attached at the top. All right, I'm going to put my batting down first, and then I'm going to lay down my background fabric. We are doing great, Miss Betty. Hi, Princess. Okay, I'm going to lay this down next. And you're going to be outside of this placement line. Maybe it helps a little bit. I don't know. Yeah, maybe. You can kind of peek underneath, make sure that you're outside of that placement line this way, and pull it back this way and make sure you're outside of the placement line top and bottom. So it's kind of helpful. Okay, we're going to do the tack down first. Now the tack down is important because you're going to trim to that. So I would just leave the marlin in, or any dark color, any contrasting color. Use your little tool so your finger doesn't get got. Oh, no, you need those eyes. Okay, we'll be thinking about you, Miss Betty. That's what you're going to trim to. And if your fabric is off a little bit, don't worry about it because you have the muslin from behind. So I wouldn't worry about it. I didn't worry. I kind of like it when the filler blocks are the right size for the placement line. And I never worried if they didn't go right to the edge, because when I trimmed, I pressed and then I trimmed. And then if there was muslin, the filler block fabric didn't go all the way over, then I had the muslin. So whichever. Okay. First one. What color are we doing the first one? So this one here, number 1, is going to be aquamarine. So let me grab my gorgeous aquamarine. So I didn't make these different colors and I color group. So it's going to go straight from this one because it thinks we're going to do the same color here. Doesn't know what thread we have in there. So you've got to, when you hear it cut, I'm going to have to hit this stop button so I can put amethyst in for this one because I think this one's going to be amethyst. Hi, Miss Susan. Trish. Oh, Trish. Whoa, you're back. 6 months on the road. That was a long trip. Glad that you're back and safe. Renata, that's a totally scary thing, right? Oh my God. Did you see that? I could see my hoop was lifted up a little bit. So hang on, let me reach the back. My back did get folded under a little, but just a little bit. I got scared. I was like, oh my God. Something feels, hang on. Oh, you know what? It was a Wonder Clip. So there was a Wonder Clip under there. It's like, it still feels put. That's the downside, right? You do have to be mindful when there's fabric that's attached, but that fabric lets you hoop closer. I was reading the comments, not paying attention. Okay, so now I'm going to put amethyst in for this one. I'm going to be mindful, make sure everything's down, which it is. I'll just keep my hand over here and just make sure this stays up. That is adorable. I love aquamarine. I can't believe that wasn't in my stash. And then we're going to do one more hooping. And we'll be done with the filler blocks. You're just going to press them, put them face down into your mat, spray the back, press them, and then trim them. You're going to pretty much fussy cut to this outside line using your pop rulers. I might do my other outer border, and then I could film that. Maybe I'll film that, and then I will press all these blocks and trim them and film that. If you want to see it, it's not anything exciting. I should really be pressing right now, shouldn't I? Oh, yeah. You know what I'll do is I might break it up. And I might just do section 1. So I'll do scan and cut for section 1. Shoot, I should just do it all, shouldn't I? Okay. Yes, I will absolutely do the scan and cut. I need to do that first. Okay, let's rehoop. Rehoop! One more hooping for filler blocks. That is so cute. Like, seriously, so adorable. God, I love it. Yeah, maybe what I'll do is after this, because I'm going to film it, maybe I'll get everything set up and I'll do scan and cut tonight. Here we go. Move it up. Move it up. Move it up. I forgot about scan and cut too. Scoot it up. Okay. Yeah, 12 is right on the edge of it being enough. Where's my little screwdriver? I'm looking for the black one. Did I drop it? When in doubt, look on the floor. And then when in doubt, I have lots of screwdrivers because I can never find my screwdriver. Okay. Feel like I could tighten this a little more. Oh, yeah. Where it's comfortable, not where you're struggling. Oh, that hurts my thumb. All right, there we go. And what I'll do is I will cut the ones off. I always leave one set on, like, and I know this is two, but like, you know what I mean. But I'm going to cut these off, and then I don't have to worry about those getting folded under. And then I'll press these and trim them. All right, back to the machine. Watch those two. Fluff them. Hang on, let me get this too. Okay, there, that shouldn't get folded under. We are going to do our last hooping. I just saw somebody wrote something about mosquitoes. I got really scared. I don't like mosquitoes. Mosquitoes are... I'm one of those people that's super allergic to mosquito bites and they get like huge. Okay, let's go home. Last hooping. And you can hoop them whatever way they will fit into your hoop. I just will always do a little layout for you. So I'm going to do this last group. So the 4, 5, and the 6. 4, 5, and 6. Let's grab the book because your book also shows you on page 45. 4, 5, and 6. Here is 4, this long polka dot skinny. The 4 is 2 by 10. 2 by 10, 2 by 10, long and skinny. Probably this one. Yeah. Set it. Scanned and cut and found an issue with the deer. He was missing an ear. Okay, that's good to know. Are we sure that maybe his ear... Oh my God, he was totally missing an ear? I'm looking at it right now because I'm going... How are we going to fix that? That is crazy. Okay, good to know. And then what are we going to put in? Now on the side, which ones am I doing? 4, 5, and 6. Here is 5, so square polka dot, and 6, the other little polka dot. So 5 is a 4 by 4 design. It's 4 by 4 winter. 4x4 winter. And I have a picture of it. Oh, the winter ones are the, hang on, waiting for it to focus, the snowflakes. So I did the skinny one and I did so these two. This one. I know, this isn't the order I put them in before. Forgive me. Add. Hi, Poppy. Yes, you're my baby. The skinny one. Set. Edit. Rotate. 90 degrees. There we go. I couldn't get it to really fit any better than that. Maybe there was another way, but this is what I did. Okay, now we're going to use the arrows for precise placement. Let's do this one. Make sure he's in my embroidery field. He looks pretty good. I think he's in there. And this one, that's good enough. Maybe I'll move him down one more click. All right, I think I'm good. You guys ready for the last stitch out? Let's say okay. I have amethyst in there. I'm just going to leave it. First thing it's going to do, touch embroidery. I'm going to go ahead and color sort. And, I mean, if we want with this one, so this is 4, 5. Oh, they're all going to be the same color. So just leave it. The A is, I think it's azure, the light blue. Yes. Perfect. We're just going to leave it just the way it is. It's going to do placement. I am going to do the placement for the batting and the placement for the background because at least I knew to go outside of that background stitch. And then we'll do the tack down and the quilting. We are going to skip right in here, the tack down for the batting. So go ahead and do first step. Where's my azure? Grab your pieces. One, two, three. They're all the white with the polka dot. Yes, I am that neighbor. No, we try not to be that neighbor. I will bring my dogs in a minute. Hi, Miss Joyce. You stitching? Marianne, I'll let you know about... Oh, don't put your batting down yet. Do the next placement because if you do it, it's just gonna, the foot's just gonna drag around that batting. So skip this. We're gonna go to the blue. And that blue is the placement stitch for our background. So I am gonna do that because I did find it a little bit helpful that I wanted my my background pieces outside of this line. Shoot, I'm gonna have to, Marianne, what did you use the, did you use the button on the machine to change your placement stitch to applique material? Because there's no SVGs with this, right? How are you? Is your knee okay, Joyce? I was worried about you. Yes, use the button. Isn't, like, thank goodness we have that button. I think you could also take your PES design into, do you have to take it into software or can you take it into Canvas? I've never done that, so I don't even know. Did you do all your scan and cut all at once, Miss Marianne? Or did you divide it out? Ooh, I cut this piece long. Okay, that's okay though. So I'm just laying down my batting in all of the batting placements. And now I'm going to take my fabric and make sure it's outside of that placement line. Use the button on the machine. Yeah, so I do find that that line, the background placement line, handy, because now I don't have to guess and I can make sure I'm outside of it. I wish they would do a different placement line for the background fabric. You know, that's for the big size. All right, next step. We are going to do the tack down. I have amethyst still, and I'm just going to leave it. I'm going to leave my little, use my spatula. Cut all but the deer. I have a long mat. I just kind of prefer my 12-inch. Oops, you guys don't have a good view. Are you getting my arm view? Sorry. Sometimes the camera autofocuses on, you know, other parts. Oh, I'm so sorry, Joyce. I felt so bad. Well, at A1, you got to do the high steps. So poor Joyce tripped over something at the store. Okay, you ready? What are we doing next? Where's my bookie book? It's all going to be the same color, and it's all going to be in azure, although the purple looks so pretty with the polka dot, but I'm going to stick to the plan. Stick to the plan. Stick to the plan. And then we're going to let it do all that stitching, and that is going to be it. I feel like I'm pretty good on the back, that maybe I could press and trim some stuff while it's doing this. It's not that much stitching, 4 minutes. But we could set up. Hang on. Let me get everything set up. Just let it go. Let it go. Yeah, you know what's going to throw you off? When you mirror image and then suddenly it's going the opposite way. And you're like, wait a minute. That's not how my quilting stitch should go. Okay, the azure looks really good too. my spray bottle. Ooh, that looks so good. All right, that is pretty stinking gorgeous. I'm heating up my iron right now. I'm going to get my pop rulers out right now and my rotating mat. You want a rotating mat to be trimming. It'll just give you more accurate cuts. I do like to use a combination of my pop rulers and sometimes just my regular rulers. I really got to finish up Falling into Autumn because it's so beautiful. Okay, here we go. My filming arm has to extend. Oh yeah, we were just using Trimmer by George today. So, messy. Sorry. Iron Maiden, that's my best press. Where's my regular water? Secret sauce. Hello. I don't know where my spray bottle is with just water in it. Maybe if somebody would clean up this mess. Okay, I'm just going to use Best Press because I don't know where the other one is. And Best Press is just going to make it even more gorgeous. I do pay attention to if something's directional, which, you know what, I'm not going to get crazy on any of these. I don't like to be too aggressive with my plaids. And I want them dry and flat. Well, okay, if you got a pop ruler that fits, use your pop ruler. So I have a 4x4 for this one. You are going to use your pop ruler and kind of frame that outline stitch, that last tack down. Don't ever just cut on that stitch because it's never going to fit right. And then we're going to cut. Make sure you lean that the rotary cutter into the left side. The first time I ever used my pop rulers, I went eek, and just cut right into the middle of it. And I was like, okay, those suck, but it wasn't the ruler, it was me. I should have said, I suck. Oh, my hand's probably in the way, huh? Are you getting like the worst view ever? I'm sorry. Sometimes you might have one thread that doesn't cut. Yep. And you are trimmed, okay? Don't worry about anything on the back. Looks awesome. You're going to go ahead. Sometimes I don't have a pop ruler for that size. Like this one, for instance. I don't have a 2x4. I don't like nesting. Nesting is not my thing. So I'll use whatever ruler I have that works. This one's 4.5 inches across. And I know that this is about 2.5 inches. So I'll just use the measurements on my ruler. I'll frame it again the best I can. And then I might have to pick up my ruler. I don't have a 2.5 by 4.5. And then I might just have to do one more cut. The rotating mat, I think, is the key, because the less you have to pick up your ruler and reposition, the more accurate your cuts are going to be. And so that one's going to be the 2.5 by 4.5. All right, so we've got those. Might as well just trim these out. They're ready to go. This one is 2.5 by 6.5. So I do not have a 2.5 by 6.5 inch ruler, but I do have a, what is this? Oh, this is a 3.5 by 2.5. So I'm going to go, there's my 2.5 by 6.5. I'm about 1/8 of an inch bigger on both sides, but that's okay. Okay, and then we're going to just go ahead. One more cut. And that one's done. So now we have these. And my last one is 4.5 by 6.5. I do have a pop ruler that size. So I'm going to grab my pop ruler. The nesting to me is just, I don't know, kind of overkill and a little bit, can be a little bit confusing. Sometimes they want you to use like a ruler within a ruler, but I like to just do this. What I do, and I forget to do it, is when you nest a bigger ruler around this, because then it gives you more surface area. So you could do that. That's always nice. If you plan on doing a lot of Kimberbell and you do not have pop rulers, you should get them. So now this lets you kind of hold it down a little bit more. So to me, that's kind of worth it. But I don't like to do the nest on the inside and those cuts. I used to. I used to do it, but then I was like, I don't know. I think it's easier to just use some of your other rulers in your stash. Hold the whole thing and turn. Don't let go. And there is the last one. All right. And I'm going to do that with the rest of them. So I want you to go ahead and trim out the borders, finish the second set of borders. And then here's my the last of my filler blocks. Are these adorable or what? Like, these are so cute. I love them. I don't know if you guys have any questions. I'm going to read your comments while folding over and protecting the background fabric. No pre-cut or trim the batting. You know, you could do that. Yeah, if you want, you could use your trimmer by George. But I find it really easy just to pre-cut my batting and then just put it down and then trim around the outside. Like I said, there is more than one way to do most of these things. So you could do that and then fold it back and use the trimmer by George. I find it just as easy just to put the batting down and then trim around the outside like this. But whatever works for you, whatever floats your boat. You know what I'm going to do is I'm going to end the live feed because I am going to go ahead and I think I'll stitch out my second set of outer borders because I don't feel like doing them. So I'm going to do them. That's the kind of thing where I'm like, I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. So I'm just going to go ahead and set it up and I'm going to do the other set of outer borders. You've seen the first set being done, so you know what to do. And then while I'm stitching that, I think I'm going to plan my scan and cut. So I'll plan scan and cut. And if I can, I'll just start doing scan and cut. And I will film it. So I will film the scan and cut portion of this. Do you have to do scan and cut? No. For the first, whatever, was it like the first 8 years of Kimberbell? I never, or maybe has it been that long? Yeah, I think it has been. I never used a scan and cut. I just did placement line, tack down, trim. But now, like that, I do have the scan and cut. I've been using it and I absolutely love it. And I don't think I'll ever go back. But if you're doing this project with us and you don't have a scan and cut, do not worry about it. You will do placement line, tack down, and trim. We will be doing placement line, put our scan and cut piece down. iron it down, and then whatever decorative stitch that goes around it. Any questions? Let's see. I don't see any questions. I don't see any questions. So we're going to end with that. I will send you another a lot of times, guys, I'm really sorry. I don't get it to do it until the weekend, but I will send you, I'll try and work on it earlier this week, but I will work on the spreadsheet. And next week, this week, during the week, I'm going to plan on doing scan and cut. I might throw a block in there here or there. I will film and I will upload. But next week, let's plan on doing section 1. And also maybe part of section 2, maybe half of section 2 might be homework, or I'm not sure how long they're going to take. So depending on how long they'll take, we're going to do at least section 1 next week, and then it could be more. So have a great day. Thanks for joining me. It was super fun. I need you for me to get my projects done. So I appreciate you stitching with me today, and I will see you next week. Bye, guys.